the WardiTV Summer Championship Group C in just a few moments. Hello, hello, hello. I just want to refresh the goals. It was off a couple days. Beautiful. Hello everyone, how are we doing? Welcome to the Streamio. Good to see you guys. Nice to have you all with us as we are getting ready to start out onto another day of Summer Championship action. Getting into this PvP to start off with, Creative versus Shameless, and we're going to work our way down the order as usual. Why was that so loud? Kipsia, thank you so much for the 20-month resub to start us off. Love that. Thank you, thank you. And yeah, we'll get going here in just a few moments. Getting everybody in and ready to go. So, Ultra Love, Incorporeal getting vetoed as we take a couple of moments. Alright, Ultra Love, Incorporeal, Last Fantasy, Persephone, Vetoes. So we'll be in game in a moment, guys. Like I said, we're going to start off with a PvP. But this is on the way shortly. And yeah, I'll get this PvP going, and then obviously 10 best of 3s. Fun group. So this group is going to be Creative Bunny, Shin, Ryung, and Shameless. So actually a very fun set of games. I really actually think this group's really up in the air. I think Shin's probably our biggest favorite. I think Ryung is one of the, maybe the underdog out of the Koreans, but can absolutely beat a Bunny, can absolutely beat a Creator, I would say. Shameless is kind of a complete wild card, and I actually think he's been playing really well lately. If he can play well in the NA server today, I think he's going to have a good shot at it. Just genuinely think we've got a very interesting day of games coming up. So, love that for us, and we're going to see a good mix of players. Well, we're going to see this Creative versus Shameless match, then we're going to go into all of the Shin games. So it's going to be Shin versus everybody. After that, so we get all the Zerg games, then we go into PvP. TVT, and we end the day with a bunch of back-to-back TVP, but, you know, it's just the way it works. Obviously, this allows us to make sure that the games keep rolling. Hopefully, we don't have any delays or anything. Should be nice and smooth. And if we are set, we are going to be in game in a moment. Just getting our casters into the lobby. And we'll be good momentarily. Looks like we've got everybody invited at least. Just need everyone to accept. And if they are ready, let's get this show on the road. Group C of the Summer Championship round of 24. Which 3 players will be joining Rogue, Beyond, Percival, Hero, Nightmare, Cure, Max Pack, Zound, Classic, and Clam currently in the round of 16 with Group D left to play on Sunday. Very fun. Go GLHF gets called. Waiting for the ready up. There it is. Let's go into some PvP, guys. Like I say, let's start off our day in all the right ways. Let's cast some StarCraft 2s. Exciting. Alright, so we can kick this off in a moment. Perfecto. Alright, welcome to the PvP. I'm gonna have to change the health bars. Perfect. Alright, in the bottom right hand corner to start us off is going to be the non-Korean, the only non-Korean of this group. It is Shameless, and I'm genuinely super excited to see what he can crank out in this one, because I really feel like he's got a couple of upset potentials today, and I think he can get out of this group. Like, there's a world where he goes 0-4. Right? You know, he is the underdog. I think he's the underdog that has a good chance to take some fights and to win some games today. So, we'll see what he can bring to the table as we kick start this and get this rolling. Let's just have our Nexus from him. Obviously, creator on the other side of the map will be our red Protoss player as we watch the PvP to start off the day. Then, like I said, we're going to be delving into all of the Shin matches back to back, and then into everything else to wrap things up at the end of it all again. So, should be a lot of fun. Hope everyone's doing well. Welcome to the stream. Happy Thursday to you all. Again, hope everyone is feeling good right now and excited for some more StarCraft 2. Does Clem play in this bracket? He is in the round of 16. So he gets a seed into Group Stage 2. So he will not be here today or on Sunday, but he'll be in Group Stage 2. Next week he'll be in one of the groups. And obviously hopefully advancing through toward the playoffs as well. So if you're looking for some Clem games, fear not, they may be coming sooner than you think. So you get a little bit of probe on probe action to start us off here as well. So some probies going to nibble at some other probies. And yeah, Cybercore's coming up, Gateway on the way, Zealot coming through. Just get settled for a little bit right now as we take a couple moments, get set up, and see where exactly things are going to take us over the next little while. Probe just checking up to the high ground as the warp gate coming through, the sentry on the way up. It is double gateway versus that single gateway opening. So Shameless is looking for the expand. He's looking to try and get going into the economy early. Where Creator on the other side is going to be going for a little bit of a different approach, where he wants to obviously, again, with the double gateway, he can expand, but he's going to have a little bit more kind of malleableness with his, his build's going to be a little bit more malleable. He's going to be able to move it around a bit more, and he can get aggressive. He could also just expand himself if he wants to, so we'll see what his choices start to become over these next few moments. Stalker in the Sentry will force the pylon cancel. Yeah, Creator's just going to slam down a Nexus as well, so it's going to be Nexus versus Nexus. Shameless is a few seconds sooner because, hey, he didn't build a second gateway and he didn't build an extra unit. So kind of everything that you'd expect so far. Nothing really too surprising just yet. The Phoenix will move down. There is the Twilight Council dropping into place. So Gross Papa, how you doing? 3 years, so appreciate it. Thank you so much. Always coming back. Thank you so much, like I say. Really appreciate it as we just have ourselves the probe getting beaten up on a little bit. Twilight Council coming through the Nexus building on both sides of the map. When can we get some good games and not these newbie players? So what's happening is instead of having the stream maximized, you seem to have your own StarCraft 2 client maximized. I think you're watching one of your own replays. So if you close StarCraft 2 and then click on the YouTube tab, and then you can watch the game from there, and that should help. It should give you a little bit of direction. Hope that helps. Looking forward to the Ryung and Bunny games. Yeah, the TVTs have been fun lately. Yesterday's TVTs between Pistol and Bjorn were fun, and I actually think Bunny Ryung is a cracker of a series to start us off with as well. In the TVT later today, I think it's going to be a really interesting one to really determine the group a little bit, because I actually think that one really is up in the air. Ryung has great TVT. Bjorn Bunny is arguably the stronger player, although he's maybe not performed as well lately. It's going to be a really fascinating one to watch out on for sure. Looking forward to that as the Dark Shrine, the Forge continuing up, the Probe and the Blink coming through. We've got a couple extra Stalkers building as well. Robo Facility will be finishing soon. That is a Dark Shrine up there. It's the Hallucination Sword. So Shameless is aware of what Creator is trying to sneak out into the game. So that gives you a good setup as Shameless, who in this scenario already has the Robo Facility. We'll get the obs up, and now it's just a question of you keep one obs on your natural pretty much. That means you always have the detection from DTs running in at least. Just in general, knowing that means your observer's less likely to be out of position in the first DT or two. Won't get that kind of surprise factor damage. Good force field here to zone the Adepts away. And those Adepts have to come around the bottom side of the map instead, and around that mineral line. Adept will hit the Robo for a couple more moments, and then go back up to the high ground. Clean that up, kill that off. We'll just be having the, again, Blink completing already, as we do see Nexus Forge continue to come online. Nexus and the +1 coming up on the other side. Stalkers and the Sentries gather together. Hallucination is going to start making its way out down to the bottom right corner. Immortal and that +1 also coming into play right now. Just the DT still on the move in the bottom left as well. And we just have ourselves a couple of gates, 3 probes, the robo facility. All of that continues online as we speak also. So again, good little bit of everything for the moment. Stalkers get rid of a hallucination here. The additional Stalker just warping in. 2 Stalkers in total warping in. Hits a charge and a +1 upgrade also coming online. Gateways will finish up over in the main base of the Dark Shrine. It's going to still get a DT out. Like I said, we'll see what Creator can do. There's no robo from him, so you can't warp prison the DTs into the main base, so it is limited in terms of what he can do. And I do not mind Shameless getting onto the map and denying that Dark Shrine. Stop any future DTs from coming out. I think that's a very reasonable thing to do here. Is just take a few swipes off the DT playing defensive. Actually not going to get the Dark Shrine, which surely was the idea of moving out here, which is a little bit of a shame. And the Stalkers gathering toward the Watchtower. It's coming up, charging the +1 coming through. And the force field off to the side, going down. It's going to see the +2 attack upgrade coming up as well. Stalker's still building into play. Again, the Stalker Immortal settling down between the bases as we just have the upgrades continuing. A couple sentries nibble at the hallucination. Archon, +2, charge. A little bit of everything coming online. The Temple Archives is going to be on its way starting now. The Warp Prism coming up. About halfway done. Again, charging the +1 coming through as well. Yeah, I'm just going to take a little chance to check the main base and see what's going on. We're actually going to get a little bit, you know, of a very macro game here, actually. A little bit of a very macro game. Isn't that a phrase? We're going to see a situation where you're up in army as creator, as Shameless a little bit, sorry, but up in work as creator. That 4 bases are coming online, and both these players are heading towards this later game scenario. So this is going to become a lot more about the movement. It's going to become a lot more about how you can step around the map. It's going to get very interesting very soon as the hallucination will go down. That is going to be an Archon still morphing on in. Going to be heading up to the left-hand side. The Stalkers will be taking a couple of steps about. We go back and forth for a few moments. Again, +2 attack finishing very shortly. So the Archon going to launch itself forward. These few Stalkers going to get caught as well. So going to be seeing the couple of Guardian shields coming through. Gemma's really extending this, but he's down the upgrade, so he's attacking in with the worst upgrade, and I think fair to say the worst army as well. He's going to kind of get blasted. This was not a fight from Shameless at all. He did not identify correctly that this was not the time to take the engagement. He really felt like he had something there as well, but not really sure what he thought he had, because that was not pretty. Look at the graph. You can see the army was a little bit behind from him in the first place as well, and yeah, just fighting into his opponent down the upgrade. Creator recognizes instantly on the back of that. He's like, oh, well, that was good for me. So he instantly starts to step across to the other side and is going to go for the push. We shoot down one of our own units, I believe, there, but or was it just the Observer? It might have been the Observer, I think. I just didn't quite catch it. I mean, Shameless is just going to spam units. He's about to get his +2 to even out upgrades, but he really hit his own just anti-timing across the map then. Again, that was all on him. This was not him being forced to kind of make an attack. Maybe he felt like he was falling behind in some way, but it would have been better to play the long con. It's a nice play with these 3 Stalkers. They get rid of the Prism, but I don't know if that matters when there's already so much here. We are obviously pulling straight through. The 2 Archons from Shameless have overtime to work right now, but they got to get rid of so many Zealots. It's honestly not a bad attempt of an attack. You do kill quite a lot, having to pull 14, 15, 16 probes in, though. So a lot of probes going down. As soon as some Zealot reinforcements show up, it will be enough from Creator to hold strong and steady and to push this army of Shameless back a little bit. GG will be called, and Creator takes the opening game in this best of 3, going up 1-0 in the series.
Replay saved.
Thank you, Smix. Got my, you know, that's like a shout out to the replay pack that I made earlier. you guys are a subscriber of the channel, or you are a YouTube member, or if you are a $5 plus Patreon, the new replay pack is now available. It is available on the Discord subscribers channel. If you want to check that out, discord.gg/WardiTV. And link up your Twitch/YouTube, and it should auto-connect you into the channel so you can get the replay pack, or it's just on the Patreon page if you have Patreon access. It's also up for purchase on the Patreon page for $5. 100% of purchases of the replay pack go directly into the tournament prize pools, just as if you were a Patreon supporter. So you can check that out for $5 again over on the Patreon, and that replay pack has over 400 replays inside. So if you're looking for some hot games, looking to sharpen up on your build orders, learn what the coolest kids in StarCraft 2 are doing in this day and age, you can get 400 plus replays available right now in that replay pack. And that's why Smix was saying replay save, because my replay renaming software was open. People used to use this thing all the time. It used to be like back in the 11s, 2012s. It was everyone who streamed, the game would end and be like replays saved. Everyone was all about saving them replays, get them in the analyzer, figure out what went wrong. All right, we're going into Tokamak here for game number 2. As we kick off into more games for StarCraft. Featuring in the bottom left, the blue Protoss player. This is going to be down a map. The player in blue is Shameless. And at the top right, our red Protoss player, it is Creator. You've heard the replay pack tells you who MaxPax is? Yes, if you get the replay pack, you can decipher MaxPax's replays and figure out his geolocation so you can figure out exactly who he is. Yes, that's exactly what it does. The replays definitely have that information stored in them. Alright. Why so many mirror matches at the moment? Well, this is the only PvP all day. In fact, we have 10 best of 3s today, and only 2 of them will be a mirror match. So there's really not that many mirror matchups today at all. It's just we start with the PvP just to get one of the mirror matchups out the way right at the get-go. And then we're going to move into... Well, all the Zerg games are going to follow this. We're going to get a mixture of ZVP, ZVT. It's going to be some good fun as we get Tokamak loaded and started here for us. See what our second game brings us. 2 gateways each this time around, so moving away from that 1 gate setup that we saw before and that faster expansion that we had coming in previously. Gates coming up, Cybercore is on the way. That's going to be double gate Cybercore from both players, so yeah, we really do just take a moment for that to establish. Then we can see which tech tree each player would like to grow for themselves at the start of game number 2. Creator with the 1-0 lead. I think every map is important in this group as well. Could absolutely see some kind of like this guy beat, player A beats player B, B beats C, C beats A. Map scores could become important on the tiebreaker. So I do think that is a pretty important little something that could be going on. Going to see the Stalker Sentry coming up from both, the Wolf Gate coming online. Right now, they're going to play the mirror matchup to its name. Obviously going to play the block as well. If you've got the probe there, blocking is always good. There's a block on the other side too. It's just a straight up delay of your opponent's Nexus. It costs you extremely little, 25 minerals, 100 if you finish the pylon, but in this case there should be enough damage output to really clean the pylon up, so I don't think we're ever going to bother with that. And you can see pylons get removed and the Nexus drops down immediately from Shameless. Predator going to drop his a couple of moments later, so the expansion is en route for both right now. Stalker Sentries pulling around the top. The hallucination will pop, head down to the bottom left as well. Hallucination just flies into the main. We'll look to see what's going on. Again, Twilight Council coming up. The next is coming online. We have the Sentry and the Wolf Gate still building from Creator as well, so just continue to go through with that as the couple sentries do remove the hallucination here. Hallucination right into the main. 2 Stalkers, 3 Sentries all setting up. The Blink is going to be continuing on the Twilight Council as well, so Blink will continue to go. Next is coming about. Probes on the way. Again, just going to see a couple of Stalkers continue to gather together. 2 Adepts are halfway done. We had the Probes on beyond that as well. We'll just have our few workers then back into that natural and mining. Blink versus Blink is such a fun opening. It really does sometimes give you a lot of fun kind of back and forth because both players blinking Stalkers about and microing really is some of the most fun StarCraft in my eyes to watch. I actually think Blink battles are extremely fun. You've got to be very quick when you're blinking, so yeah, it's I think a fun one coming up in that regard. The Stalkers just get there, the Adepts getting turned away. We will see a little bit more cleanup taking place. Rope facility coming through. I just realized I'm not attached to TL, guys. Sorry, excuse me one moment. I'm going to have to tab out here and just quickly get that fixed up. So excuse the drop in frames. Ay. So used to just getting auto-attached lately. Alright, we're back. Frame rate is recovered. We get to go once more. No Robo from Shameless. He's kind of cutting the corner a little bit. Okay, he's going to add it now, so it's not too late. He prioritized the Forge a little bit instead. And, yeah, just a little bit riskier. If there was a DT showing up quickly, maybe that would put him in a little bit of trouble, but in this case, there is not. His scouting is very good with the hallucinations, so I imagine he's feeling pretty confident that he's okay just to kind of build that again a bit further down the line instead. Both players will be heading to +1. I guess the better question from there is what the next step of this turns out to be. Because you're going to have a scenario right now where, obviously, Blink is done. And we're kind of asking, we're at the point where the next things can start to build. And we are going to see an Immortal from Creator. That kind of answers my question. He's going to start building an Immortal-based army. So he's going to have some tech units in there. Does Shameless want to add Immortals himself? Or does he want to play this kind of heavier tech army? That's absolutely a possibility as well, where he... heavier kind of gateway count army. Less tech army, I should say. And just kind of go for more of that swarmy factor of just pure gateway units. Right now, he adds on 4 gateways, and with the Observer first, if we don't continue to see if we continue to see no Immortal production, then yes, that is going to be a commitment into just like, I'm going to spam gateways and probably start expanding faster. He will want to be on the map. This is typically going to be about overwhelming your opponent. You do want to take trades because you're obviously going to have a lot of cheaper units. So you want to throw them at your opponent, try and run them around, do damage, remove tech units from the game, because if your opponent gets to like, if there's going to be like 3-4 Immortals and then like 4-5 Archons, that army is going to become infinitely harder and harder to engage into. But if you can keep the account to like 1 or 2 Immortals, 1 or 2 Archons, the gateway units can continue to fare extremely well. So, options there. It might just be that he bypasses the Immortals, which is the case obviously so far, and he's actually just going to go Templar Archive straight away, so he's going to open up the door to be able to add Archons in. Now, he still doesn't have a ton of gas. It's only a 3 gas Protoss right now. Whereas you can see Creators up onto the 4 gases. So obviously he's been building Immortals already. So just wondering how that kind of continues in terms of if you want to start adding Archons now, is 3 gas just enough? Obviously Creator will essentially be able to add more Archons while Shameless can spam more Zealots. The gateway counts 8 to 8, about to be 9 to 8, and then eventually 9 to 10. It's like ping-ponging one way then the other. As the +2 attack starts from both players, the first Archon morphs in from Shameless, and a lot more Zealots still. I wonder if he just goes with this army and still kind of swarms with the gateway units and just has those couple Archons in the back to soften up the Zealot lines of his opponent to be able to punch through a little bit further, you know? There you go, I'm just going to poke around. 2 more High Templar, so that's another Archon, additional Zealots again. Again, I just look at this and I ask, do we have enough to push through? Shameless picked a bad fight in that previous game. Is it going to be the same again here? He's going to start charging in, a couple Stalkers at the front. He'll just get rid of that pylon that absorbs some of the charge bot's ability already, so removes some of the attack in. Zealot counter attack already from Creator. That's going to force a warp in defensively. I feel like Shameless can fight this army, but not in the current position. He wants to try and find a way to wrap around it. Maybe knock down some of those rocks and give himself an extra access point Could be a huge kind of point of contention here. The cannon plus the zealots will play defense. And he continues to add on a few more units. Plus 2 attack upgrades are pretty even, so there shouldn't ever be a fight where one player is ahead on the upgrade than the other. It's only going to happen for a few seconds, and even then it's probably just if a chrono boost gets used. I think Creator is naturally a few seconds ahead right now. Should be a very minimal difference as we continue by. The Observer on the high ground there gets taken out, so that will go down. 8 additional zealots warping straight in from the prism, so that comes straight through. Probe going to get shot at. Stalkers go back and forth. And we have that plus 2 attack upgrade about to finish, and now the plus 3 attack will begin on the side of Creator. So we get that going. Here go the Zealots going to charge on through. A lot of the units on the right side out of position. This is the issue for Shameless. This is what I'm talking about, coming in from 2 angles, because he could really make way more use out of his Zealots. So many of them caught up in the backfield, so that's a lot of his supply that just can't really come into play fully. Still pushing his way forward, though. Starting on top of those Immortals, winning out against the Arc on the right side as well. The Stalkers are playing Chase the Prism. I like that, but we are starting to lose on the left, which means that we need maybe to put a bit more attention there, especially the Archons. Help through those Zealots could make a big difference, and we do turn it back around into that position, and we are going to continue our way through this. Creator does not have enough. Shameless finds the answer. I think a lot of this really is just that the Immortals were kind of nullified. The Immortals didn't add much to this. Shameless did manage to mass up a few more units a bit more quickly, and was able to come out with a better army, and takes the fight onto Creator's side, which obviously is a statement as well. When you're able to take the fight over in that position, it really says a lot about, you know, just how much you have. And that's going to be interesting, because obviously that also means that we actually see Shameless winning on West. So he's going to now be 1-1. His worst server behind him. Maybe a pathway to victory in this series still, as our opening match of the day goes to 1-1. Best of 3. We'll see game 3, which is always good news. Move a couple players around. I'm struggling to get Shameless in the right slot because everyone keeps joining the lobby. But in a second, we'll get him into place, and go GLHF. Just get him to switch to Protoss. Creator needs a moment or two, so we'll take a second before this game 3 begins. No worries for us as we get ready for this next one. So I really feel like this is going to be a good group. I think we're going to see a lot of cool games today, and I would not be surprised if a lot of games go into game number 3. Jump on into ley lines. Get ourselves starting up. Like I say, every map matters as well. You know, a 2-1 here could be the difference of making or not making it. 2-1's decided the fate of the 3rd place player and 4th place player and 5th place player in Group A, for example. So these game 3s can be positive or negative further down the line. It is something to think about as well, you know, just to keep in mind. Even if you don't win this series right now, if you take a map, you're like, okay, well, I've got that in my back pocket, right? One of my losses, I took the map win at least. If someone else gets 2-0'd, that could be my way back in. Or if I 2-0 somebody, that could be huge as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of, you know, it's not doom and gloom if you lose here, especially if you go 1-2. Definitely gives you that. I mean, obviously getting the win is better, but having a map win at least is going to take a little bit of the sharpness out of the sting. Creator bottom left and Shameless upper right. We enter game number 3 of the series. So, get into game 3, we see what will happen. A probe heading to the upper right-hand side for the early stages, as it just have a little bit of movement across and to the top. Gates coming in. We're just going to be seeing the Cyber Core on the way as well. So just waiting for that second gate to finish shortly. Probe nibbles at the other probe, so a little bit of back and forth. Stalker Adept. There's this double Stalker, so we actually see a little bit of a difference here. No sentry from either player here early here on ley lines. So not going to have as many hallucinations right off the bat. We can still go sentries after double Stalker, or after Stalker Adept, really. So the possibilities are there, as we find a hidden pylon that's nice for Creator to see, so you know Shameless is not truly up to proxying, and that makes it a little bit easier for him to kind of commit forward. He in fact goes double Adept after the double Stalker. So he's going to have a lot of gas banked up. That definitely leaves him with the gas to kind of obviously go into tech with. Shameless does end up going sentries. And maybe you don't feel the need for the hallucination as much right now as Creator as well, because you just found the pylon on the map, which is not in an aggressive position at all. So you know there's not really anything you necessarily need to kind of get to scouting ASAP right now. But obviously, you know, it helps. Helps a lot. Sentry still coming through. The warp gate is going to be done shortly as well, as mentioned. Let's see a few more shots coming out. The sentry is going to go down. A couple of sentries falling together. Force field coming down once again as the robotics facility is just continuing through. 203 probes dropping now as well as we see the Nexus coming about. Robo facility still coming online. Probes on the warp gate will continue to settle in. Adepts just continue to move over. The sentries step up the left side of the map. Right at the front is just going to have a couple of adepts shading forward. The sentry is going to see it. Obviously, just want to keep on those walls at the high ground. Make sure those adepts are not let in to deal damage. And Robo Facility is the first tech choice from both players. Robo versus Robo is going to give us a pretty inactive game generally, because no one's really going to have huge amounts of map control. Maybe we see some interesting Warp Prism plays as the sentry. The Adept does the recall out of there. But I think most notable is that Creator goes instantly into an Immortal. I'm not sure if he just doesn't feel safe for some reason, but he's the one that's out on the map, but he should feel fine. That's why the Immortal kind of screams at me like, hey, I'm going to be a little bit aggressive here. So yeah, it's a little interesting going Immortal first. Obviously the Observer provides so much more info, and so both of them have sentries. Creator knows about the Robo as well, so once they got a Prism on the way, wow, okay, so Immortal straight into Prism. Maybe he just is happy with the detection he already has, does not feel the need to get the Observer initially, and just wants some firepower in this army. And with the Prism, he's going to have the chance to really put some pressure out on the other side, so definitely has that option. Hallucination fades to the right side. Again, the Twilight Council coming through, the Forge building up, add a probe on as well. While Stalker's in the bottom right side as an extra couple warp in. Stalkers will gather up a couple of adepts, looking to get a bit feisty here. Predator stepping forward, and we'll have the Prism to get him into the main base, and maybe this is just a play, but you got a Prism in response to Shameless, so you shouldn't, you can't really get stuck in this scenario. It does help a good amount. As the Immortal and the Charge continue to come through. A couple more Adepts still going up that high ground, trying to get in position. The Blink is on the way. Nexus and the Gateway building as well. So Creator's just going to back off. I mean, there was no real opportunity there. They've both done the same thing. There should not be opportunity, right? Is what it comes down to. Do you see a difference in the Twilight Council follow-ups? As Shameless already has the Forge and the +1 starting. I like him. I like his position a lot more. Because he's actually going into the units which I think are going to help him more in the later stages of the game. The +1 being faster is only going to open windows where he's going to have an upgrade lead to potentially take advantage of. The Charge is typically more useful. I mean, it's funny because I think eventually Shameless will want to add a Blink anyway. A few Stalkers are still extremely useful, especially just shooting down a Prism in attacks or against, even when you're attacking. Because the Prism is such a good defensive unit in this matchup. because of the micro. So either way, having Blink at some point is probably nicer, but I do like that he's just getting into charge first, and I actually think his setup overall is going to be better. I mean, he might also just go Archon Zealot, and just go across the map and fight, right? He's got a bunch of gates finishing up, and if his opponent's on Stalker Immortal, I kind of like the charge lot Archon Force. We'll see what can happen. I mean, right now, the problem for Crit is that he's a mile away from any sort of splash that would deal with the high Zealot count that Shameless is going to start building into here. Just step over. Again, the Archon about to finish. +1 attack halfway done. Couple batteries coming up. Army collects on the bottom side. Couple High Templar warping in. The Archon going to begin to morph. There's going to be a few additional Zealots coming online. The Archon building. Let's pop that Guardian Shield. Those Zealots will charge up. A couple of Stalkers will get hit. The Immortal picks into the Prism, pulls back a little further, and now an additional few Stalkers coming around. Zealots on the way as well as we look to fight forward. Going to be seeing the Archon getting into the Immortal, taking some shots. A couple of other Immortals still putting some work in as well. These Archons really shoving upward at the moment here, as we do have the Stalkers getting into position. Also, push this right up into place. But it's just not good enough from Shameless. The Stalkers now come forward, showing the power of that Blink, and this was good enough from Creator. Good defense. I was doubting his army. Honestly, I was doubting his army composition, but it stood strong there. Shameless never really hit the true kind of critical mass of the composition he was building. I think Shameless could have seen a much better army comp if he just waited. Like, his comp was fine, but like that composition really works more so in numbers. And so maybe we could have waited a little bit more for some more numbers, and maybe that could have, you know, really helped from there. So we'll take a moment, guys, but up next will be Shameless versus Shin. So we'll be jumping into that PvZ. I'm just going to be upbeat a couple of moments. We'll be back very shortly with more StarCraft 2. Thank you for joining us today for Group C of the WardiTV Summer Championship. We're just getting started. 9 more best of 3s to go. So yes, there's a lot of StarCraft coming up. We will be right back. Welcome back, guys. Just give me one moment, we'll be in game. Alrighty, we had a couple of players needing a moment or two before the Vetoes began, so it just took a moment or two longer. And I was just finishing up my lunch so that we are powered up for the next 9 best of 3s. And those begin right here with some Protoss versus Zerg action now. In the top left, our red Protoss player is Shameless. Taking on the bottom right, the blue Zerg is Shin. Excited to see more Zerg action today. Shin, one of the best we've got. Should make this a pretty fun little matchup that we got coming up. Get ready to see what's going on. Shameless actually played some good longer games recently. I keep thinking back to the series he played against Yakov in the European League. I thought were pretty impressive. Shin, a little bit of a different level of opponent, perhaps, but I think it's fair to say that I think Shameless can come in and have a good time here and give us some good stuff. So let's see. It's a hatch gas and pool coming down initially. Gonna get that all set up for the moment. Drone gonna nibble. Probe taking some damage. And there's the Nexus Cyber Corner Simulator, all continuing through for the moment. Just have the pool finishing in the next couple of seconds, and that gives us the hatchery on the way. Drone coming about. Drone is going to get nibbling back at that probe once again. We look to find out what opening will look like. Obviously, we're kind of expecting a Stargate. If Shameless does anything different, then that gets exciting, but there will be a Stargate for the moment. It's no surprise in the first few moments. Obviously, from the Stargate, there's still a bit of variety in terms of what you can do. You can go into glaives, you can go into all sorts of different kind of aggressive forms, basically. So you do get a lot of options. But you can also just play very standard and just kind of take your blink and pressure with that and just set up for the longer game too. So I think it's also fun to consider what exactly Shin is going to get up to. Because realistically, Shin is a player who is a very aggressive Zerg a lot of the time. Absolutely can play those aggressive styles very effectively. 100% could be someone who just looks to end this game early and never even let his opponent come into play at all. So I do think those are, right off the bat, just a couple of things that could come around. We're going to fire Adept, take some damage. A few links step forward, just going to push that Adept away for a moment or two. As the Adept is going to get the quick tumor once again, and a couple of Adepts will continue to shade through for the moment, so trying to see a bit of what's going on. The Oracle's halfway done. The Warp Gate is not far from finishing. We do see the couple of Queens just collecting into that natural. The Oracle flies over the third base and in toward the main here as the Queens will hit that Oracle hard. A couple of Queens. Oracle losing its shields. I mean, Shameless is already onto base 3, so is looking very cozy with that right off the bat. Evolution chamber building. Let's just have the double Oracle. I'm going to fly through. As our tech continuing up, Twilight Council and the Forge will start to settle in here. Look to get that up and online nice and quick. And a few adepts are going to come poking about. I mean, this store is a little annoying. Lings alone do not deal with these adepts super well, especially if the Oracle can support them. So it's a good opportunity to get forward with the adepts, clean out a bit of creep. Maybe you get some Ling kills here, and you'll get a couple straight away. And just nice to kind of hang around and obviously just have a presence on the map. As a few more Lings come out, it's dangerous to stick around, but like I say with the Oracles, as long as you're not near creep, typically the Oracles will help a lot. We're actually going to go for a dive to cancel the 4th. I mean, we get it. The Queens are going to turn around, realizing that they're maybe just in trouble there as well. There's a lot of Oracle energy used, but in the days of energy recharge, I don't think that is anywhere near as much as a concern as it once used to be. So, it's actually a very successful little push forward from Shameless. Going to shade out of trouble here already, as those Lings are going to look for this around a second time. Do the Oracles have the energy to activate? A couple of them do, and the Lings turned away before they even had to, so I wouldn't have minded if Shin ran in, forced the Oracles to activate energy, because that would have been even more energy soaked up for the future. As the Overlord there gets a good scout, Shin is just going to be finishing his Baneling Nest, and with the Lair finished as well, Bane Speed can start immediately. And we're going to see that Hydra Den actually going to begin, so going into that, we will lose one Oracle, a little bit of miscontrol there from Shameless, who just makes the mistake. A little bit distracted and does end up losing, like I say, one Oracle, which, I say, just a little unfortunate considering the strength of this opening. Anything you could keep alive and just strengthen your position with is typically going to be awesome. So you see those few Lings getting pushed back over the sides again. +1 missiles, Baneling Speed coming up, Groove Spines, Hydras, Lings, everything still building for the moment. Both Oracles will just activate for a few more drones. This lane Hydra still building through. We're just going to find a nice fight here as we get surrounded on this army. Oracles will have to activate the 4th base of Shameless. Will take its turn in being cancelled in this game. So 4th bases, it's not a good day to be those. Yeah, not having the best time. I mean, Shin's recovered from his base cancel very comfortably. He's got a base on the bottom instead, and he's got a base coming back up on the right side now, so his re-expand has been absolutely fine, and uh-oh. That's not fun. I saw a full energy High Templar just dying right there as the Lings re-engage, and yes, the Lings give themselves up, but boy do they get damaged. That was 3 High Templar going down moments before Storm, so moments before we could help out, via the High Templar storming. We lose the ability to kind of cast that Storm, so that is going to be a costly one as the double Oracle heads down through the center of the map and to the bottom right. The Lings and the Hydras continue to build in production, but the Hydras also get rid of an Oracle. So you're losing Revelations, you're also losing energy to Stasis Ward with, which could be huge for you defensively, especially against a Lingbane Hydra army, which typically Lingbane Hydra is a pretty aggressive army composition. It's going to want to be on the map. It's going to want to push you. You can see the Bane's morphing in. Shin starting to take position. I think from Shameless's point of view right now, he would rather have a few more Stasis Wards than a dead Oracle. So that's definitely a little bit of a mistake made. That on top of just having lost a few High Templar early. Obviously he's rebuilt them, but that could have been something else. Like a lot of what's happened for Shin. Let's see how we can take this fight. I was going to say that first Storm did not come in soon enough, but we actually do a very good job of turning around against it, but then we actually charge into 2 Banelings. It's extremely expensive because it takes all the shields and a lot of the HP off the Zealots. Just gonna, again, ideally you want to be storming those Banelings so you don't have to really tank them. We're going to tank them again there. The Zealots going down once more. Now the Hydra will try and close the gap. If you can get through the Lingbane waves, the Hydras typically do fall apart if they are all that's left. Just depends how many of them's left versus how much Protoss died in the process. I think the answer right now, though, is that these Hydras are doing more than enough. Eats one Storm as he just steps forward, knocking down tech units, and you can see the damage output of those Hydras is just not contested at all by Shameless. And that is going to be GG. Shin takes the opening game after... I think Shameless had some good moments, but Shin overall capitalized better on mistakes from his opponent, and Shameless did make a few mistakes throughout that as well. I think it's, like I say, a pretty fair statement to have, so... Game 1 goes to Shin, and we head to Ultra love for game 2. And we're going to be watching all of Shin's games in a row here today, guys. So if you're into Zerg, then stick around, because we got game after game after game coming up. 4 best 3s in a row of Shin. Up next, he'll be playing against Ryong, and then he plays against Creator, and then he plays against Bunny. So a good mix and match of matchups to start the day off. And then, like I say, he'll be TVT into all of the TVPs to finish up the day as well once we get to the latter half of the show. For everybody to join us here. In this game 2 lobby, and we can kick this off. I think Shameless is a little bit unsure about why he wanted to put a lot of those storms down. Got to be confident with those storms. You need to storm early, because if you storm early, the units either turn away, or if they run through, they take max damage running through, and that's when you really kill Banes. Banes that roll through a storm don't die, but if you stack storm, like 1, 2 next to each other, in the pathway the Banes are rolling, that will kill the Banelings, and that's the big difference. If you can get the first storm down early enough that then the second storm just finishes them off early, then they're dying away from your army. The problem that was happening here is he did get the second storm down, but the second storm dropped kind of basically where just in front of his army. So Banes were dying, but still exploding on Zealots as well. And the moment you lose that Zealot front line is the moment that everything just starts to crumble, because then you have no way to protect your tech units. Those Zealots really can hold off the Hydras with some tech units behind them, even if you don't have storms left over. But you need the Zealots. You can't let the Zealots go down for that to be the case. And unfortunately, that was just how this one turned out. So, bottom left down a game, looking to bring it back. Hopefully can take a couple of notes from that and figure out what he wants to do a bit differently. It is Shameless. Obviously, was down a game against Creator. Pulled that one back to a game 3. Let's just have Shin in the top right-hand side, our Korean Zerg player. One of the 3, hopefully 4 Zergs in the tournament, if our final player is a Zerg. Looking to make round of 16 with an advance today again. Anyone that advances today goes into the group stage 2, which is round of 16. That round of 16 then leads into the playoffs. So that's what's going on. Eco Proas won with the defended the attack, right? Well, he didn't really defend the attack. Like, did he insta-die to the attack? No. But, like, he took a lot of damage. Like, he lost all of his Zealots, so reinforcements from the Zerg just continue to come across the map. Like, if you just don't have enough kind of to defend... Like, the Hydras never die, is what it comes down to. So if the Hydras never die, you basically end up in a forever problem, because the Hydras are always going to be doing good enough damage to the few tech units, especially when there's no storms left over. So he defended, but he lost a lot in defending, and he didn't get any of the Hydras. The Hydras are there, the damage output's still high, and then you're in trouble. Again, this is why losing the Oracles would have been a great fix as well, right? Because if you don't lose the Oracles, then you have Stasis Swords there too, and that just buys you a little bit more time. That helps save you from a few of those units as well, and just gives you more time to navigate where to place the storms as well. So it makes the whole situation that much easier and that much simpler. Sendlings on the way early from Shin. And just have 2 Zealots coming up. Obviously, this was a proxy hatch that got cancelled. Did invest into just a single gate from Shameless, but that's why he's got 2 Zealots, and that's why you're making these Lings. So, first the proxy hatch, you know, it delays the Nexus a bit, but it is going to force you into a lot of Lings you wouldn't typically make. 2 Zealots and the Adept combined. It's very powerful. I don't know why, but I really appreciate it when, like, 2 Zealots, usually it's 2 Zealots and 2 Adepts move across the map after, like, a proxy hatch defense. I'm like, man, you don't usually see this combo of units because it probably isn't worth making it right from the start. Like, you just don't have the money or time to build 2 Zealots. But, like, when you do get 2 Zealots in Adept, they are so freaking good. You know, because the Zealots are so tanky against early game Lings. There is the second Adept. And obviously the Adepts can one-shot Lings as well. You can already, yeah, you can see exactly here, proving my point. Shameless getting a bunch of damage done, and I mean, this is just nice, right? Because a couple more Lings have to build, and This is just genuinely an issue. No queen on this third base in production. 10 Lings still in the game. Now the Zealots have regenerated some shields as well. So they will have some shields on them to make them even more kind of powerful. Speed helps a little bit, and we do finally get through those units, but man, it's not cheap. We're even going to lose a drone at the end of it all, which is also not fun either. We'll be finishing soon. The Wolf Gate's still coming up. Nexus will be on the way, Gateway producing. Let's have those few Zerglings continue to navigate around the map for a few moments. Then can we get those Lings gathered together, and they will take their chance to maybe pressure onto one of these outer external bases. Lings do come through, nibbling at that Nexus. Forge, Twilight Council, built into play right now. The couple of additional gates coming up. The Nexus will continue to build. Lings is going to go on top of an Adept there, so we'll be able to get a little bit more damage done. Those few Lings will go and get the probes. The probe goes down. Just going to see the Lings coming back over. We'll hit the pylon now instead. The Oracle will activate, and a few Zerglings begin to drop, so damage being done. Tree comes down. A couple of gates will continue to build, plus one blink coming through. Well, the Oracle just going to sit there. The Adepts will turn those Zerglings away. So I do really like what Shameless has done this game so far. I mean, you can see Shin is only just now really getting into a worker lead, which is really slow for a Zerg and a ZVP. That's meant to happen much more in the 30s, 40s, kind of late 30s kind of work count. So you can really tell his economy is not kind of where it's usually at. Again, that early damage definitely adding up. Don't get me wrong, like Shameless kind of took a bit of a weird route this game as well, because he was also blocked from having his Nexus and his Natural. It just felt like that was dealt with, and then it was Shin who was still dealing with things afterward for a little while longer. Temple Archives is going to build. As that finishes, we'll see if Shameless wants to go straight into Storm. It would not be surprising. You could use it just for a couple of Archons, but if you've got a Temple Archives, Storm's so good in this matchup, it's going to be really good against the Ling Bane composition we're seeing in the game. Should not really be much of a reason to delay Storm here. The longer you delay it, the more that you might lose like a 3-High Templar just before you can Storm or something, right? Keeps that window open for some Lings to be heckin' annoying, so yeah. A couple of devs will shade through. And they're going to get caught immediately. Counterattack! High Templars, I think they're trying to become an Archon, but they're derping out. Lings everywhere. High Templars do become an Archon in the end. The Stalkers on the other side actually might apply some good pressure. It's the Lings on the Natural I'm more concerned about. They're going to knock down the pylon. They still have access to the mineral line. The probes already ran, apparently. These Stalkers initially were looking okay, but now they have to recall because Lings are returning home. And Shin going to do what Zerglings do best, which is to cause chaos around the map. Attacking in multiple locations, making it difficult for your opponent to find the right amount of units to trade effectively. That probe on hold position keeps the Lings out, but it never actually builds anything, so Shameless still lets the Lings in. 8 more probes going down as they were just transferring around. An Archon now caught out in the center as well. The Oracle's running over here. Do they have energy left? They do, but the Archon has gone, and so Shin finds so much damage with this. And don't get me wrong, like I say, I love how we're going to approaching it right now as I love how we're approaching it as Shameless, but it just needs to kind of clean the game up a little bit. Stalkers and Zealots push the Lings back the other way. And Oracle can drop another stage ward down. Shameless really does need a few moments of calm. Hide around that left-hand side. Shin just has so much, and I think he's absolutely right to be looking for the fight and looking to bring the issue to Shameless, because he did so much. Let's see what the Storms can do. Good Storms can keep you alive here for a while. Those Banes rolling in again. Gonna see again, a lot of the Zealots are taking a lot of damage. This time we have an Oracle still remaining, but now the Banes on the other side again. Zealots are eating up the damage. Because the Banes, even though they're eating Storms, are still getting through and just using their final bit of HP to still blow up on the Zealots. Archon's coming forward. The Stalker still sat there. Shameless will just say GG. And that is going to be Shin taking game number 2 of the best of 3. Sweeping through Shameless on this one. We will be jumping over to our Korean server, guys. We're going to have a bunch of Korea versus Korea games for a while. We'll be back with Shameless in about 5 best of 3's time. So we'll be figuring out how the rest of the group goes for him. As he starts off 0-2, but a map against Creator, it's still winnable. If his PvT looks good, he can pull out a win against Bunny or Ryung, or even just one of those guys and win out in a 3-way tie, possibly. That happened in Group A. You know, Shameless still has a shot, so we'll be checking in with him in a little bit. For now, we go to Korea and get that ready to go. So I'll get that set up and ready. Cool. I'll hop over to Korea and we'll get this Shin Ryong ZVT ready to roll out. Thank you so much. At 33 on the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for priming us up. Thank you, thank you. So just take a few moments to fail to log on to Korea, then log out, then try and log in again. Always a fun experience. I think Shameless had some good ideas in that series, just, again, execution. Maybe just a player that is not super used to the NA server as well is a very fair assessment too, I think. Alright, Ryung and Shin Vetoes will begin momentarily. Okay, the map's loading already. And we can get ready to go. Torches, Last Fantasy, Incorporeal. 3 Vetoes going down very quickly. Ultra Love, vetoed as well, nice and quick. Speedy veto so far. Persephone, the final veto from Ryung. Gonna leave Maganatha in this map pool. Lots of people actually playing Maganatha the last couple of days. Interesting. I thought this was kind of a big map. And not everyone was really vibing with, but yeah, it's getting some playtime recently. One more veto from Shin, and then a map pick, and we will have ourselves some hosting to be done. First map, Tokamak. Second map, Maganatha. Third map, Ley Lines. You're missing. Yeah, we're also missing Ryung. Might help if we actually make sure we've got the players. Ready, go, go. Alright, we're gonna kick off into this. Ryung was counting down like 3, 2, 1, and then trying to get us to start already. I was waiting for caster and stuff, and he kept counting down, and eventually we were ready. I was like, okay, Ryung, try now. You got it this time, buddy. He nailed it. That's what I'm giggling at while we're getting this game set up into some TVZ. As we have ourselves the bottom left blue Berserk is going to be Shin, entering a ZVT now, taking his first win of the day against Shameless, first win of this group. How does a ZVT look against Ryong, who I would say typically has always had some weaker ZVTs, so interested to see what he can potentially do here. As we get this up and into play, give me one sec, guys. I gotta go sort something out quickly. Not go anywhere, just double checking something. Cool. Cracks in the gas coming up then. The refinery coming into place. Ryung takes on Shin for... this one. Shin just going to proxy hatch. So we didn't really talk much about the proxy hatch in the previous game, but obviously it did happen. It was on screen. Here's a pretty fine defense. We saw it early, we pulled the probes and a zealot, and we just got rid of it, and I actually liked the follow-up. I thought that phase of the game went very fine for Shameless. Really, this phase now, we look to see what happens for Ryung, who doesn't know about it yet, so he's very blind to begin with, if nothing else. So now he sees the hatchery, obviously a lot of HP on that hatchery. It's more to see if he's going to pull in. He saw a few players lately. I mean, Fiant actually did this against Ryung at Home Story, right? A couple of times and got into some very good positions off of it. So it is something that Ryung might be warmed up to a little bit. That was not too long ago, Home Story Cup. So a little bit of thought there to consider. See that one Reaper will poke away at the hatchery, so hatchery taking some damage. Shots coming out, we'll see the couple of lings popping and we'll go attack up the ramp. The Reaper will get rid of the Zergling as well, so Reaper gets rid of those 2 lings. It's a nice little kill. So far so good, as we just have the spine crawler already building. And this is the problem, right? If this takes you a long time to break out of, like as Ryong, you get stuck on one base for such a long time. Factor on the way, you can build a tank, you can also build a cyclone. Both are actually pretty good in this scenario, because the cyclone obviously can kind of hit units and then lock onto them from range. The tank is just going to shell away, over time. The cyclone has that bit more mobility, kind of go back and forth. The tank maybe has a bit more damage output overall. But the thing is, we're still a ways off seeing the factory finish. With the spine crawler pressing up, I kind of feel like we probably want to get a siege. I mean, both still work, right? As long as you lock onto the cyclone and lock onto the spine crawler and step away, it's fine. There's no ling speed here, so losing the depots is more of an annoyance than anything else. If there was ling speed, obviously you may be more afraid of the potential shove through from the opponent. But right now, that really just is not kind of on the table at all, so in that regard, it's pretty fine, as that depot will go down. Another bunker finish. There's a triple bunker in the main base. For someone who is got a hatchery at home and is now droning that hatchery at home. This obviously feels like a lot of overkill. Siege tank finally starting from Ryung, but man, the time it takes to bust out of this is a long, long time. And I don't know how much I love this for him overall. Obviously, he is cranking out multiple SCVs at once. Able to get that going as the reactor comes down on the barracks. See a few lings. Overlord, ling speed. Continue to come up. Those feelings will pop out the natural and start to head down to the other side of the map. Tank will siege. Those spines will just back away, force you to kind of push very slowly here. As at Ryung. I say there's no follow-up at all from Shin, so he doesn't have lings ready to flood or anything like that. Maybe across the map is going to find maybe a drone. Maybe even two. There's no queen on this low ground, so I don't know, queen's over here is a little awkward. There's one queen walking all the way back home. Wow. It's a little bit of a witness in that regard. That Reaper does not get to the extracted, or the refinery to block it. To the Kaiser, sorry. A bit more damage. Extractor will take a few more shots. We have another tank shot shelling away for the moment. A few Zerglings trying to come around onto the bottom. Another grenade will go down. Queen gonna bop. And the other unit's gonna flop. As we get a KO there with the Queen. Nicely handled. Hatchery gonna build. Rotron already coming up. The lair coming through. The Zergling speed is gonna be a part of this as well. I like the Ravens, so you can push back the creep. That's obviously expanding on your side of the map without having to scan every time. It's actually very nice in this scenario because there is more creep. You would have to be scanning a lot more than usual as well. Man, Shin's position is just great. Taking a third hatchery. Ryong is still battling to take his natural. That's the auto turret down, kills the Queen. It's just so hard not to love this for Shin, who... I mean, at this stage, Ryung needs to get down there, pick up those spines. The Lings are going to run in and engage as well if they feel like he doesn't have enough units. Which means that Ryung has to be, cautious about expanding. Even if he just runs in and kills a tank, I don't even know if I hate it that much. Comes the creep Jimmy here, and again we continue to play the piggyback, the leapfrog of the siege tanks. Wrong, wrong animal-based reference. Animal-based activity reference. Home to command turns, pops onto the natural. Roger's just putting some damage out in that set of rocks getting opened up. So just opening up the map already as Shin really just prepares purely for the future. Meanwhile, Ryong is still only about onto his natural. Is clearing up the creep so he can get further forward. Down 20 workers. I think it's fair to say that this proxy hatchery has put in some absolute work here and is definitely coming out on the good side of life. Couple Marines still gather. They want one upgrades on the missiles as well, so those Rojo upgrades are just going to be coming straight up. It's rough. Like, this is kind of what happened with Ryung against Fian. Fian got in a good position, but was unable to really capitalize following, so we'll see if Shin is able to execute a bit better at this phase of the game. Those Lings going down. Marine's going to hold out. Nicely done for the moment. I'm just going to morph in. We do see the army just going to be here. I mean, Shin just going to threaten at every single stage. He doesn't need to run into the natural. As long as his third base is still flying up in the sky, right, then you're still going to be feeling pretty okay about this right now. So, Shin, like I say, has no reason to commit through just yet. Has creep on Ryung's side of the map already from earlier. And, it's kind of a difficult situation. I mean, it's hard to really paint a picture here where Ryung is not just kind of doomed. Like, his position is horrible. He wants to take a third, but he can't. He has no kind of, deadliness in the timing of his build because of the way that the game's gone, so he's got no timing window opportunity. Anytime he moves out, there's a massive Zerg army waiting to jump on him, and it has creep on his side of the map as well. I genuinely don't think Ryong could be in any worse of a position right now, honestly. I mean, it can always get worse, but you guys can see what I can see. There is not really anything that Ryong has to look positively at right now. Nice little fungal, so we have those to deal with as well, as Ryong can't get yourself fully fungled, or that would be troublesome. They're still gathering together. A couple of medevacs will split apart. Plus 2 carapace finishes. And we've got 6 soldiers on the way as well, man. Like I say, I would love to be positive about this situation. It's just very hard to find positivity in anything that's going on for Ryong. And some games are just like that, is Ryong. I mean, hey, at least he's gone to a 3rd base, right? He gets to a 3rd base to be met by a Zerg who's expanded up to base 5, already on Ultras. Kindness playing about to finish. Again, it's not a fair game when you look at it like that. And the upgrades are not there for Ryong either. He has no armory, 2/2 upgrades on the way, so he is just against plus 2 carapace Ultras as well, so he's not going to do much damage to them even. Here he will, because Kindness Plating is not done, but once Kindness is done, this is going to start looking like the Ultras are going to be absolutely unkillable. And Shin really just won the game with the proxy hatchery. Ryong just not seeing it early, playing extremely safe, breaking out of it. It is frustrating, because there's such a fine line of how quickly you want to try and break out versus how quickly you want to break out versus how much you want to kind of just sit back and make sure you've got enough properly. But yeah, that was just absolutely spot on from Shin. He really executed the build well. He did the right thing. And he puts himself in a winning position for his 2nd series of the day. Up 1-0 as we head into game 2 on Maganatha. I don't know if things get better here for Ryung, because to me this is a pretty big map. See what happens as we take a moment or two. Just waiting for Ryung to join us. And he has joined us. Ready, go, go, go. As we take a jump into this one. Let's see if Ryong can bring it back map. We've had a lot of game 3s this tournament so far. Love to see Ryong fight back. This was, again, if you want to look on some bright sides, this was a game that was decided on the proxy hatch almost. Like, Ryong was just so significantly behind from that going into this game too, if this game is more regular, then you can immediately kind of feel better for Ryong. Like, he's at least going to get a chance of playing a bit of a different game scenario here, so that's a positive, if nothing else. Top left-hand side, the blue Zerg player is Shin. Taking on the red Terran in the bottom right corner, we have got Ryong. Ryong will give us a game 3. Believe, channel that energy. I mean, hey, there's no proxy hatchery, so I like that as an improvement right off the bat, to be honest. It's a big addition if you ask me. Major plus. Come on, Terran, win some games. Yeah, see, that's the attitude we need. Come on, Ryung. You got this, buddy. It's only our third series of the day, guys. We are really still just getting started up here in Group C of the Summer Championship, round of 24. Of course, we've got the round of 16 coming up next week as well. But we still got the round of 24 to finish next week as well. Or on Sunday, at least, sorry. So, what's to come? WardiTV Mondays on Monday again. It is looking like a lot of fun coming up for us in the near future when it comes to StarCraft. All Queen's building. Overlord heading down to the bottom right, the command center finishing. CC first gives Ryung a little bit of boosted economy in this game compared to usual, so that's going to be one thing he can be rather happy with right from the start here. As the link speed continues, the drones are on the way. Just wandering across and taking position as we have. Actually playing the Swapperoo with the barracks going to go over to the reactor. That's a lot of Zerglings in production from Shin, by the way. So this is early in the game. These Lings are looking to go dive behind the Hellions, maybe even catch the Hellions and then cause trouble on the mineral lines. There's no way this is just a cute little, like, oh, just making sure I've got some units here. Ain't happening. Double engineering bay, still building, so we see Ryong just looking for the macro game. They're playing a bio as well, no mech, which is becoming more and more popular lately. Couple Hellions continue around the left side. The Lings are in, by the way. They're onto the natural. So Ryong is immediately in some trouble here. The SCVs have to start pulling away. A couple of Hellions did just spawn out, so you've got a couple back at home. Crisis management time. How many SCVs do we lose? Honestly, 4 seems very reasonable right now. 5. I genuinely don't really hate this if we just lose 5. Problem is, there's a couple low HP SCVs, and the Lings may start to get some of those. There's SCV 6. It's also a lot of lost mining time that gets added up here over time where the Terran is running about, so 8 workers in the end does seem decent for Shin. I think it's playable for Ryung. Like I say, maybe took a little while to clean up, but otherwise didn't lose too many workers too quickly, so kept himself in a very competitive spot. Hellions into the center, another Hellion stepping over. One upgrades and that stim pack continue through as well, so we will see Ryung just going to try and compete with these Hellions. What I do like is that he didn't lose too many units, right? 2 Marines, 8 SCVs. It was a lot of Ling investment from Shin. Here we are. I think it was good enough for Shin. I just do feel like at least Ryung, like I say, has these Hellions, for example, has that opportunity. There's a wall off so the Hellions cannot slip by and maybe go get some workers. Would have been nice. On 1 combat shield all coming through, the starport coming about, a couple of barracks still being added on into play as well. So just continue to get that opening and rolling. Once the Bandovacs come out and some 1-1 upgrades are done, I'm actually very excited to see what exactly we can do here as Ryung. See if we can kind of get on the map and start making a few things happen, perhaps. I think it'd be very cool. Those upgrades finish soon. Missile upgrades and carapace continues to come about right now. Let's take the watchtower just for a few moments again. A little bit of work being done. That roaches continue. Bane that's coming up. Roach speed gonna be done shortly. Shin's playing the roaches, but also the Bane speed, so he's kind of going to move more into kind of the Ling Bane later. Probably just going to stick at +1 missiles, add on melee upgrades, and go +2 carapace with +1 melee. 2-2 building on the side of Ryong, so his upgrades definitely a little bit of a lead right now. Has that advantage for himself, but it's just been extremely passive on this big map. And obviously, there's 4 bases already down from Shin. He's already up at 81 workers. Ryung is sat back, not doing much of anything. Well, he's going to start pushing. This looks like an 8 rack, only he doesn't have the additional 3 barracks just yet, so kind of missing a little bit of it. Holy. That is a heck of a super chat. Let me get to that in a moment, because that deserves some proper attention. Just feel as though we're about to have a little bit of a fight for a second or two. Are we? Ryong, are we actually going to end up committing to this? He is, so let's cast the fight. A couple throws of bars we split from pretty nicely as Ryong shoves up toward the top side of the map. Coming around, a couple of Ravages begin to morph in. Does Ryong want to press the issue? He's going to, but he's going to be on creep against Banes. I think Shin's army is way too good against this. I think Ryong has been slowed down too much early. And Shin is going to swarm up and absolutely obliterate. This is going to be everything pushed back. Shin is going to take this one, and that's going to be a 2-0 on this one. So nicely done by Shin. Very well played. As the, again, just finds an opening, gets some work done in the early stages, and is able to really keep on capitalizing from there. All crows the files. And Ryung will have no choice but to say fabled GG. Shin 2-0. Over Ryong. Convincing series from Shin, man. Just he looks good. He's looking very good so far. 2-0, 2-0. Looks great in his games. Excited to see what we get going in this next one as we get the Shin vs. Creative match up and running. Alright, huge super chat. £150 coming in from Chris James on the YouTube. Be meaning to... Oh, God. I need to stop and actually talk. I swear, I'm tripping over my words so much today. Been meaning to donate for months. Love the content, keeping the scene alive. Keep doing what you're doing. Here for it every day. Big love, Wardy. Thank you so much for the 150 super chats. Some love in the chat, some hypers. Look at YouTube, guys. Look at YouTube outdoing Twitch today. Look at Twitch, 0, 0, all across the board. YouTube, huge, insane. Thank you so much, Chris, for the super generous donation. We appreciate it. We'll make sure it goes towards more StarCraft 2 content. You know it. That's what we do. Keep on churning it out. Thank you so much, mate. Really, really do appreciate it. Thank you. Let's just get Vetoes started for this next game, guys, as Persephone Torch's Leyline's last fantasy tokamak get vetoed. I just started the ads. We're going to be ready to go in a second. One more veto map picks. These guys are not messing around. We've got the fastest vetoes in the game right here, apparently. Heckin' crazy right now. It's getting wild out in these parts. It's getting wild. You're very welcome. I really do appreciate it. You know what it is? I heard the ding, and I mustn't have the YouTube thing set up to like cover the whole screen or whatever. But I heard the ding, I looked over, and I was like, that's a different sound to usual. I looked over, I was like, is that it? $201 or something? I was like, what's going on? Because my initial instinct was to look at Twitch chat, and that's not where it was. I was surprised to see the YouTube popping off. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. We are getting Pylon ready to host, guys. Perfect. Go, go, go. Players are like, great donation, that's nice, but let's get into this next game. Into Maganatha, into Incorporeal will be the map order, so Pylon, Maganatha, Incorporeal, the 3 maps, and we'll throw the lobby up. We'll just take us a moment to get everyone in here for some ZVP, as Shin, like I say, so far is just smashing through the competition. Shin is really just kind of taking down anyone in his pathway. 2-0-2-0, and yeah, making it look a little easy for himself, so not bad at all so far. So we have Shin versus Creator. After that, we'll have Shin versus Bunny coming up. So we got those couple of series. And then we'll be done with Shin's games. At this rate, we might be just talking about how Shin is 4-0, and then it's a battle for everybody else. It's not a terrible thing, because it keeps a lot of the excitement in the latter half of the group for everyone else as well. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe. Honestly, I mean, Shin's had some good matches so far, but I do think the tougher opponents are coming up. I think Creator is going to be a challenge, and I think Bunny should be able to bring some stronger ZVT than Ryung. Ryung has always struggled a little bit in that TVZ matchup, so yeah. Go and ready, says Shin. And that means we can indeed begin ZVP time on Pylon for our 4th series out of 10 today in the WardiTV Summer Championships. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you all being here. A bit of a slower day on the viewership today, hasn't it? I feel like the other couple of days we've actually approached 1K pretty quickly, but today it's trickling along. People are not excited about this group. This group doesn't maybe doesn't have like a superstar name in it, but like it still has a lot of great players, and I actually think it's a very competitive group because of that. Crazy. All right, let's do some introductions. As in the top left-hand side, Creator is going to be the blue Protoss player. He is going to try and capitalize, as he already took 1 win earlier today against Shameless, so he's already 1-0 in this group. While in the bottom right, Shin is 2-0 in this group, and he is in the red. TV license costs more and you watch more SC2. Yeah, TV license is insane, man. Like, what's crazy to me is that the TV license also just tries to guilt trip you into buying it. We literally watch zero TV. We don't watch anything like that. You know, we watch Twitch, we watch YouTube, watch zero TV. And then every now and then the TV license is like, hello? We're pretty sure you're watching TV because it's 2025. Who doesn't have a TV and watched his TV in this day and age? It's like, well, actually, less people than ever before, surely, because, you know, there's other options and it costs so freaking much. Like, no, we know you're cheating the system. We will arrest you. And I'm like, okay, buddy. You sure thing, TV license letter. I believe you. Yeah. It's actually crazy. Like, I think it's one thing to have, like, the cost. But the way that they try and bully people into just buying one is actually, like I don't know how this is legal. TV in 2020. This is what I mean. The letters are so good as well, because they're always like, they always say, like, do you have a TV? Do you know if it's plugged in, it can watch TV, and you will have to play? I'm like, great. Yes, I have a television screen, but it's still not plugged into anything, you know? That's nutty. In Germany, every household's forced to pay for government TV. Yeah, I mean, this is basically the same thing, but you're not actually forced. If you don't actually watch it, you don't need one. But they try to force it upon everyone, you know? They act as though it is forced, and that you're really in the wrong by not having it. But, like, if you don't watch TV, then they can't do anything, so... So dumb, though. It's like, in what world is should it be okay that, like, just because you have a device that could be used for that you then have to pay? Actually, you know what? Great idea. Everyone has a way to watch StarCraft. I think everyone in the world should actually have. Anyone that owns any sort of internet connection can potentially watch the stream. We should make it so that we can absolutely just charge anyone, make everyone have to support the Patreon. Alright, all we need is to seize power. Crazy. It really is a bit nuts, to be honest. It really is a little bit nuts. Resident Enclaves will start. It's going to have the Adept and a couple of additional gateways coming about. The Linger Speed will finish very soon, a couple of Queens coming up. Going to have the Adept pulling back from the bottom right side to the upper left for the moment. So we'll get that all underway. And that Glaive's coming online, going to be giving us a little bit of a different opener here. Creator has been one of the players to kind of bypass the Stargate early and head into the Resonating Glaive sometimes. It's not super strange for him. So we'll be seeing a little bit of that right now. As the Roach Ruins and drones continue up and into play, the few Zerglings gather up on the top of that ramp. Oh, double Stargate behind it as well. Makes a very fun build. See what comes out the Stargate. Every time you see double Stargate, I'm almost like, Phoenix. I'll see exactly what Creator's plan will be. As there are roaches on the way to deal with the Adepts and the Glaives, so that should be pretty, a pretty reasonable starting point. That one stalk is going to hit that Overlord, which is going to come in and check. See that Twilight Council. Love it. Adepts do come over to the other side, but there's not that many of them, and like I said, Roach is coming out, so we're not going to see much opportunity there at all. So these Adepts end up turning around very quickly, and like I say, really just haven't achieved much of anything just yet. So not exactly ideal on the side of Creator. His build early is not too hard, and he is going to go Oracles for the moment off the Stargates as well. So just going to build a bunch of Oracles here, as Shin's actually building a lot of Lings. Oh, he's going to go Ling Roach Ravager, shove all in, or counter all in, or counter attack against this. Never a bad idea. I always kind of like this build against the Glaved Adepts, especially when the Glaved Adepts don't do much, so you don't get held up and you don't have to waste a bunch of time before attacking. But what I do not love is, I think going up against the Oracles, there's no way to answer the Oracles, because you're not expecting there to be Oracles in this situation, right? So I think that's going to keep you away from any sort of successful play. Soul Corrosive Vial coming down. We'll see the Bling's going to break through immediately, so they get straight into the natural, straight toward the main base. I actually kind of believe with the Oracles coming out, but this is not looking pretty as the Lings just get in. That is absolutely huge. This is... I mean, we're losing a good few units as Shin here, but the reality is that Creator just lost 13 probes and he lost 3 sentries. Roach Ravager Ling going to turn the attention over to the third. Ling's going to pull in. There's going to be seeing a couple of probes beginning to go down, so a bit of damage being dealt. As we have the Void Ray about to finish, the Immortal on the way through, Evolution Chamber there, and the additional Roaches will build on the side of Shin. So we get all of those coming through as the Evo Chamber will be finished up shortly as well, and gives Shin a nice follow-up. Supply-wise, Shin is not looking too hot. You know, at the end of the day, he did a bunch of damage, but he didn't end this game, and he lost his unit, so... What's weird though is that, like, I don't look at Creator and I'm like, oh yeah, like, he actually really held and he looks to be in a good position now. Because actually I look at Creator and I'm like, bro, you have got a bunch of Adepts against someone who's building Roaches, you know? Like, to me, he still did, like, if he had Stalkers right now and blinked, I'd be like, oh god, Shin, you know, this was a hell of a hold from Creator and he's coming back across the map. It was a hell of a hold from Creator, but there's no capitalization on that hold. There's no kind of progress from the defense. And Shin, yeah, was late on his tech, but nothing is going to happen to him before he gets his tech online anyway, so it makes it completely A-okay that this has happened in this sort of matter. As we see, the Queens will force the Void Ray back and just stop that for a couple of moments. +1 attack and charge both building. We have the missiles, Groove Spines, Roach Speed building as well on the other side. The Infestation Pit is moments from finishing. And that Void Ray just going to go in after the Overlord, looking for a little cheeky KO. Takes that out for now. Depths will shade toward the natural. Roach just joining in, missile upgrade coming through. Hive is continuing to come about as well, so we still bring that over. I mean, that's the thing, I guess, is that look at Shin go. Like, there's nothing that is stopping him from teching up right here. So until something happens that stops the guy from teching, how do you ever, you know, feel good as creator? I mean, don't get me wrong, the supplies are still fine. Fred is getting tech of his own, +1 in charge. Maybe I'm being a little bit too anti-Protoss at the moment. Maybe creator's just fine still. Like I say, I like where Shin's going to, though. His Hive coming up, going to give him a good opportunity as well, so I really do think a lot of that is going to be a big factor as Roach Hydra all builds in. That Hive is going to be done very shortly as well. The little revelation to keep track of a few of those Hydras as well. Roaches show up on the right-hand side. Zealots will be there to say nuh-uh. Push them back the other way. A couple of the Lings go down also. Ling Roach regathering on the left. You have a couple of Immortals and some shots off Lings are going to get caught on that Stasis Ward. That's already a big deal as well. You see the rest of the Roaches trying to poke through also. Again, I'll look to see what's going on here as the extra sentries +2 attack upgrade all coming about. Roach Hydra going to put itself right in position here. A couple of vials and the pylon and cannon will take some shots. Well, those Zealots still taking damage as well. Just going to have this army sitting here, and that's a gateway that will go down too. Deb's going to try and shit forward on top of this. Pure Roach Hydra, man, didn't even need the Lurker kind of follow up what she's heading toward. And he's already shredding. Now, those few Immortals you think would be able to kind of add a bit of something here, but they don't even have Roaches to punch through anymore. It's just Hydras that are left. And Shin steps away right now and reinforces. He should be okay. He's actually losing a few of his reinforcements already as they try to arrive. These Hydras try to stick around a little longer. Shin will not break through. Puts himself in a great supply lead, about 50-60 supply ahead right now. And I think the most important thing is he puts himself in that position, and the Lurker Den is almost done. So we almost have access to that additional tech, which is likely to be that much better. As a couple of the Roaches will go down, the force fields dropping into place. First Vile hits the force field. We move up this ramp. A couple of Immortals dropping. The Adepts taking damage. The Sentries will be taking a bit of a beating as well. This is the problem. As Shin stays aggressive, his tech continues to come through. He denies a fourth base of Creator. And Creator's not really making any progress. Like, he's surviving. He's staying in the game. But there's no progress. Now, he's gotten on an Archon. He is getting a lot of Immortals. Like, if there's one thing we can say is that Creator's army per unit is extremely good. Okay? Almost every single unit he has is an insane tech unit that we usually value a lot. Gets the Observer with those vials. Problem is, tech units sometimes fall apart when they kind of get put under heavy duress, and when a lot of units just hit them all at once. You need the right amount of protection for them. Creator doing what he can to buy himself the time and gain some good force fields. These are exactly the sort of things which are going to help. He does lose one sentry to the Corrosive Bile as Creator just looks to defend right now. So if he can defend long enough to get a bit more supply on the map, like if he survives up to like 160-ish supply, I can really believe it for Creator bits. 160 feels a lot more comfortable. Obviously, right now, the main issue is, again, not necessarily the composition, but just how much of it you have. And that Shin just has so much more supply on the map. And again, that gives you that ability to kind of push in a little bit more as Shin. You can see the resilience of those Immortals. They do not go down easily. As Shin tries to break through them, it takes a little while. And Creator's with some decent micro, keeping them alive a bit longer as well. Again, Shin runs out of this first army. Really needs the reinforcements to come save the day and to kind of finish this up. Don't get me wrong, like Shin was always in a good position, but you can see where Creator was not too far off being actually alright. I mean, the problem is now you've lost so much and those units were so expensive to replace. There's a world where Creator actually does get himself back in this. Like I said, I think I was being a little bit harsh on Creator's position early. It was bad, but I was talking as though it was doomed and over. And I don't think that was actually true in the end. Because, as you can see, Creator at the very least cleaned up that army. I mean, part of this is also because Shin is committing on 73 drones, 4 bases. You know, realistically, Shin could have had 5 bases and 85 workers right now and just had that little bit of extra income boosting out a whole bunch of additional units, and maybe that would have made the reinforcement waves a little stronger, enough to just tip the tides in his favor and to win out straight away. Instead, he's still playing off the 73 workers. We'll actually add lurkers on now as well. Probably not a bad thing when you've just reset a lot of the tech units. The immortals, that would be very good at targeting the lurkers, and the units that can actually survive a few lurker shots as well have now been kind of taken away and have to rebuild a little bit here. A little bit of a depth shade continues to move around. Lurkers get in position and all already taking some damage. We do see the Hydra's trying to step on through. Approaches in the top right. Nexus will take damage. We do see that push. A couple of Zealots still warping in. Sorry, a couple of Depths even. While Critter is doing what he can. Obviously, there's a game open with that Glaives. This is the thing as well. Like, this game opened with the Glaives that never even really did much, right? And again, created defending an attack after that, but if he'd done any amount of damage beforehand, it would have been even better. Let's see what he can do on this side of the map. He realizes he just has to go. No fourth base. He can't set on 3 bases forever. He's surrounded. He's in range of lurkers. There's Hydras. The damage output from Shin is way too much, and Shin is going to end up taking game 1 of this best of 3. Shin with the advantage in the series. Shin with the lead. And we are going to head into a game 2. Shin yet to drop a map today, continuing to just pound through opponents one after the other with no problems at all, it would seem. He really is having a good go of it so far. He's playing well, is what it comes down to, right? Like, he's just playing well. He's putting himself in good positions. He's had some very solid defense. He's had some good attacks. He's really capitalized a couple of times, a couple of games so far. He's absolutely just been so good with the Lings, finding a run-by opening and just, you know, shooting straight through that and just taking advantage. So, yeah, Shin really is playing a great day of games thus far. Get ready for game 2 in a couple of moments. Go and ready. Let's do this. Is Shin secretly the GOAT? In this group, he may just be. In this group, he may just be. I mean, hey, you know, when you look at it like this, Shin was the guy that went to the EWC out of everyone in this group. Like, this group's stacked, but Shin is the only guy that made it to EWC, right? So, Shin should be our favorite, realistically, based on recent events, or based on recent form. He's definitely shown that so far. I am really all for the Shin kind of pow, 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 4-0 or so, and just letting Bunny, Creator, Ryung, and Shameless just clash for the second and third playoff spots. I mean, Shin really has been just great so far. We'll see if that changes here. I mean, it was a wonky build last time he played against, so maybe if the Bros can get a better start, maybe that does change the way in which this begins to go. As in the top side of Magnatha, it is Shin from Weibo Gaming. Plays against the blue Protoss in the bottom right corner, Creator. Game 2 as we begin this game. Hatchcast Pool coming up next in the Cybercore. We'll be building from Creator as well. We get that on the way for now. Simulator building as well. So far, so good. Early moments. EVZ, very peaceful. Chance for us to just bring up the fact that this is a WardiTV tournament, guys. Whoa, a sellout mid-game. Crazy. Again, if you guys are enjoying the stream, enjoying the tournaments, do consider supporting. WardiTV events are funded by your support. Your subscriptions, your memberships, your donations, your patrons, anything like this goes towards these tournaments happening. You know, these tournaments do scale with size based on the success of the stream and the success of the events. So, like I say, if you're enjoying the games today and if you enjoyed the games the last few days in the Summer Championship and so on, do consider supporting the channel. Do consider subscribing. Use your Prime subs if you're sitting there on Twitch. We're actually getting close to a real push towards 700 subs right now on Twitch as well. So, help us out with that if you do so wish. And yeah, the other thing to really mention is that if you want to support tournaments directly, the Patreon page lets 100% of prize money, 100% of your pledge or donation go directly into the prize money of the tournaments. We will even cover transaction fees, so you pledge $10, $10 goes into tournament prize pools. So if you want to specifically support the players in the tournaments, you can check that out at patreon.com/WardiTV. We're trying to have a little bit more of a push on Patreon. We're getting close to being able to push up to $1,000 a month on Patreon, which is amazing. That's just $1,000 that it goes directly into tournament prize pool every month. Obviously, it adds up, so do check that out as well. Patreon.com/WardiTV. We appreciate you if you do. And we did all that. Well, nothing really took place in the Protoss versus Zerg. It's an Oracle. It's a Phoenix on the follow-up. Phoenix is fun, can lift a queen sometimes and kind of remove a bit of the defense and letting the oracles come in. Not sure if that's the overall plan right now from Creator or what he wants to do. I mean, multiple Phoenix is really not seen, but Oracle Phoenix Oracle is very unheard of in this current meta as well. This is not something we have seen recently, so yeah. How will we use the Phoenix? Like I say, obviously this is one way. You just come in, you kind of get rid of the Overlord. This already feels a little bit suspicious, right, as well. You open Glaives game 1, then game 2, you're like, hey, I'm going to build a unit which is not usually built that specifically helps me remove your main form of scouting. If I'm Shin, I'm like, whoa, buddy, what the heck? Like, that ain't cool. What are you up to? You know, I'm doubting a little bit what, the honesty of Creator's build order. So, yeah, if I'm Shin right now, I'm worried a little bit about the potential Glaive follow-up. So, the thing is, I'm not Shin, so I'd be building Rotron and Roaches. Shin's just like, I don't care. He's just going to go into a whole ton of drones and just set up from that right now. So, ton of drones on the way, units in production will follow. But, yeah, for now, he's just going to go Mega Economy, and he is just, like I say, not going to give himself two doodles about what the heck else is going on just yet. Lings actually going to come around. They're going to get a wrap around on the Adept there. So the Adept getting caught. The Oracle trying to fight. The Adept goes down. The Adept falling already is charged, and the Prism continuing up. I see the Templar Archives and 4 additional gates coming up as well. It's just going to continue to see that all coming through for the moment. Down an Oracle, down a couple of Adepts. The thing is, these early games, when they're not pristine, right, when they're not pretty, it just gives Shin such a great route to the mid game and into the phase of the game where we've seen Shin absolutely dominate so far. He's been so good in these sort of situations, and it feels like at the moment we just continue to head into exactly those situations. Charge starting up, gates on the way, probes will be added. Do you see the Ling's going to run across? The Adepts will be taking some damage as we speak. High Templar will morph into an Archon there. It's just going to be pulling that back as the Lings will lift up one Archon as well. Just going to pull that back a little bit. Two additional Lings coming about. The Hydra Den is going to finish in a moment. The Prism coming up top with a couple of Archons. Going to see the Phoenix and the Oracle combine together, and there is the Stasis Ward coming down. The Lings are going to bunch through that Stasis immediately, but a massive warp-in of Zealots. Now, this is where, like, +1 Oracle would have been so nice as the Banes arrive. The Zealots get blasted. The Archons have to lift in the Prism and back away, and a scary moment from Creator just is deflected once again by Shin. He swats it away, no problem at all. Shin, the superstar right now, nothing phases this guy, as he really is just playing spot on. He really is yet to... Yeah, he really is yet to have issues, man. Hydra stepping through the Queen. Trying another inject down. The units get forced back once more. Disruptor building, Void Ray, and the +1 attack upgrade also producing through for the moment. Extra Hydras come by, the +1 missiles and the Hydra speed building as well. Add some extra lings on. All of that continues into play. Okay, gonna have the fleet beacon along with it. So that's gonna be where Creator goes to. Just gonna try and get some air units up and some techie air units at that. So honestly, it's it's tough right now. I'm not gonna lie. It's tough because I feel like Shin is just in a monstrous position. You're walking across the map with a mass of Hydras. Creator's response is gonna be what? I guess a couple disruptor shots. Those disruptor shots need to hit magic, you know? Like, if those disruptor shots are not good, if they just do not connect, I mean, there's just so much belief on these disruptors right now. First one gets a singular Hydra, but it will put some doubt in the mind of Shin and whether he actually really wants to commit here. I mean, I don't think he actually does doubt. I think he knows he wants to commit. But you will have to be careful about committing. There is a good amount of stack defense, you can argue. There are stasis wards as well. That disruptor shot looking for the banelings gets a good chunk of them. That's a decent help as well. But now we're disruptorless, and the only splash damage still left alive is an Archon. Stasis catches a good group of Banes. Disruptor on the top side gets a connection, but then goes down. And Shin is on top of this army. And Shin is just so far still the dominance in Group C. And he's looking to get into a 3-0 position in this group. That is a truly wild statement. Like, he is absolutely popping off right now. He is absolutely popping off. Hydras continue to fight. A couple of Zealots going down. The Immortal getting chased back and forth as well. The Void Ray is also going to drop right there, so that will also fall and continue around as a couple more Zealots will get picked away at. And we just have Shin having too much right now. GG, Shin 2, Creator 0. Shin takes the advantage once more. He just keeps on striking, man. Like, there ain't no stopping this guy today. He is playing some hot Zerg action. Shin is, so far, a little too good. Can Bunny stop the Shin parade? We'll be finding out in a few moments, guys. I'll just run these ads and we'll get that figured out. Cool. We're already on the halfway point after this one. That's crazy. We're actually storming through the games today. We've had some fast matches. It has been higher. If it helps the fact that the players are super ready to play, man. They are just vetoing so quickly. They're ready at every moment. It's a little crazy. A little crazy. Last match from Shin. Can he complete the 4-0? Like I say, if Shin does get 4-0, it's kind of cool for us because we just get to look at this and be like, cool. We get to figure out what the hell happens for the rest of the day, basically, from that point. So that's super exciting. It's very cool. So I'm into it. Let's just have a few moments getting settled. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Vetoes, our first map pick coming through in a second. Hope to see some bunny action. You'll see a bunch of bunny action unless he just gets shot down too quickly. He's like, woof, woof, woof. Woof, 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 woof. How are the games going so far today? They're good. We're having a good, having some good games. It's not been quite the epic that groups A and B were, I would say. But they're still fun. They're fun in a different way. Like Shin is just dominant, I think, is the main takeaway so far. Edge had a very cool PvP to start the day, which in terms of like an overall series might have been the best show that we've had. Since then, Shin smashed Shameless, smashed Ryong, kind of just smashed Creator. Shin is like looking as though he's a tournament favorite right now, which I'm a big fan of. I think that's really cool. I do not think Shin typically shows up and looks this strong. But right now he's making us obviously think otherwise. So all about that as we take a moment to get everyone into the lobby, and then we can start, guys. Thank you for your patience between games. It's not a lot of time between games today, but still got to sit and wait a little bit. Go ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. ZT. Players are set. Let's do it. Tokamak, torches, and ley lines. A little bit of an interesting map pool from what we've seen in the previous games, to be honest. A little bit interesting as we have this coming up in just a couple moments. Get this ready to go. On the top right side, we're going to have ourselves the Blue Zerg player. This, from Weibo Gaming, is Shin. And he has been an absolute monster today. Again, pretty crazy. Just he's absolutely shredding people. Can Bunny be the stopping factor here? Like, I like Bunny. I actually believe in Bunny a lot, and I think I've believed in Bunny a lot recently when maybe he's not been quite as up to the task of kind of being at the level he used to be. So, so I still have that feeling inside me, but I'm going to admit to that feeling a little bit to just accept that, you know, maybe he's also just going to get smashed. Like, Shin's just playing so well right now. He is playing absolutely tip-top tier ZVT. ZVT, ZVP, whatever you put in his way, he's been playing it great, so it's been very fun. Yo, what's up, Jax HSD? Thank you, by the way. 2-month resub. Thanks for the content. No worries, mate. Thank you so much for using your sub on the channel. We appreciate it. So, Tokamak, as we reach the halfway point of the stream after this match, obviously still 5 best of 3s to go when we finish this. We've got a lot of maps to decide still, really. So, yeah, there's still a lot to be decided, still a lot to be figured out. Don't you guys fear. Plenty of games still coming up. I didn't say it back. Well, you want the love you too. Love you too. Thank you for the sub. Alright, guys. Next 5 minutes. Anyone that gets the sub also gets an I love you. I can only offer this for the next 3 weeks before I get married, so, you know, take it while it's there. Queen just gonna hit the Reaper for a moment or so. Just gonna punch that back a little bit. Third hatchery will go down in a few moments. As the Reaper does not block it either, so Bunny does not quite get that to make that blockade. Couple command centers coming up from Bunny, and that's going to be a triple CC on the side of our Terran. Not really too surprising. Obviously, Bunny, I feel like, is also going to be pretty fond of like the 8 racks and some of these bigger pushes. Kind of similar to Ryung in that regard. I also think Bunny's a bit more capable of kind of playing the deeper game if necessary, and also a bit more of the active kind of be everywhere kind of on the map game. A bit more kind of Clem-esque, but obviously not quite as quick and everywhere as Clem is. So, things to think on. As you see, a grenade bops the queen again, and the queens will hold back for a second. Rotron building, hatchery on the way. We're just going to have the couple of Hellions coming through. Ling is on the way about, queen in production. Coming in for now. Will push the Reaper and Hellions back once more. Banshee still building. We get the Marine added on. Rotron going to finish very soon. The Ling speed will continue to come online. Queen finishing as well. Eight roaches, 6 lings. The next additions, the Reaper and the 2 Hellions will poke away at the Queen. Got to see the only Zerg player so far plays first. To be fair, you know, while we only have a few Zergs, they are like the best Zergs in the world. You know, outside of Serral and Raynor, you know, it really is. If you have to name a top 5 Zerg list right now, how do you not just go Serral, Raynor, Shin, Rogue, Solar? It seems obvious, right? So, you know, top 5 in the world Zergs, and they are definitely playing it. Like, you're right, Rogue played great yesterday too. Rogue actually also played some great games yesterday. It was actually really fun to watch as well. He had a great day. Shin having a great day. I think Solar's group really prefers Solar as well. He might have a great day. What's really nice is if all the Zergs get first place is that they should be seeded into different groups for the round of 16 as well. Which means we get a spread of Zergs in the round of 16. Now, of course, this is where the competition gets a little bit tougher. You get classic Max back, Zaun and Clem joining the fray. But, still very doable, as we are going to see the aggression here from Shin kicking off. He's been feisty all day. He's definitely not been chilling out much, as they are going to be Banshees. What we really need is the Hellions to get rid of some of these Zerglings, though, and right now that's not looking good. Bunny's trying to play mech, but he's going to lose every SCV from the natural. He will get rid of all the Ravage. It's just those Zerglings are causing so many problems. Losing the Hellions really put the Lings into a very, very positive position, and right now Bunny looking for the eventual defense here. I mean, he will clean up. Eventually, it's just a question of how much does he have left at the end of that. 21 SCVs currently. I mean, Shin is still spamming units. So there is a little bit of hope for Bunny right now where you can maybe say, maybe, that because Shin's still spamming units, there's going to be less and less drones, you know, on the map, but the spam of units is continuing to just do too much. We're never going to get a, you know, a collection of Hellions here all at once. Well, maybe now it's 4 of the startup at a time. This is now 45 SCVs killed. Sounds like 20 left, finishing from Shin. And Bunny will just say GG. The Lings kept on streaming. Man, guys, I don't know what else to tell you. Shin is just absolutely, like, we should have just given this guy a free pass into the round of 16, man. Like, he should, I mean, you know, he should have earned that himself from the Spring Championship perhaps, but like, right now, like, we should have just given this guy a pass, because he is just bopping through everybody. No problem at all. I honestly don't even have much else to add. Like, I mean, Shin's just shredding people. Like, there's not much else to add. This build just kind of comes through, hits perfectly, denied the Hellions, puts Bunny into a bunch of trouble, and instantly Shin is just across the map delivering. Boom. Just like that. There's your game summary. Shin is a WardiTV champion, by the way. If you are interested in your WardiTV history, I've actually got stats now. We've got an actual WardiTV championships page. So we can actually talk about all of the past champions of WardiTV events. Shin is not just a WardiTV champion. He's not actually a seasonal champion. He's a WardiTV world, well, end of year champion. I guess we can't really call it a world champion. If there was a world championship WardiTV events, that is what Shin won in 2020. Our first ever WardiTV kind kind of end-of-year championship, and he went 4-0 against Kira in that finals. I'll never forget that, when Kira was just an online king, and he was never meant to lose, and Shin just won that. One of the 3 Zergs to win our end-of-year championships. And, yeah, has never been in the finals of any seasonal championship otherwise, but man, playing like this, I kind of believe in Shin to make a bit of a run, maybe, you know? Like, he's got me halfway convinced that it could happen, right? Head into game number 2, as we have got in the bottom right side the blue Zerg player. This is going to be Shin, taking on the red Terran. In the top right hand side we've got Bunny. This is our 6th WardiTV Summer Championship, by the way. We skipped 2024, but this event started in 2018. Has had one edition every year since. Ryong winning in 2018. Cure in 2019. Cure again in 2021 as well. Apparently we didn't have one in 2020, actually. There's too much going on. We were all locked inside in 2020. There was no time for a Summer Championship. There was too much other StarCraft happening. And then Ryong and Clem are the other champions as well, so summer has been a pretty dominant time for the Zergs and the Terrans. Shin is up 1 in this best of 3, and we see what he will bring us. As we have torches coming through. What about Dark? Dark's not in my top 5 because he can't play anymore. He probably would be if he was still playing, but he's in the military, so yeah. Dark won the 2023 championship. Yep. Dark is a beast as well. He is also a WardiTV champion. I remember Dark played in 2023 and he won. He was like, hey, thank you so much for your tournament. It was great playing in them. It was almost like a goodbye. It felt like a goodbye. Because I feel like he thought he was going to the military and then he didn't actually go for like another 2 years still. That was funny. A little bit amusing is our SCV. Scare us around the bottom side, but have a look to see what's going on. Evo chamber coming about, just gonna be seeing the couple drones coming through. Got the Queen here to punch at the Reaper, and the Reaper will take a few shots of damage, so getting pushed away. And Shin continues to, again, so far in the day, just look unstoppable. He's 7-0 in maps. 7-0, looking super strong, super early. Fantastic stuff for now. Starport and the orbital command coming up. The couple of Hellions will come through. Queens and drones continue to produce by as well to get those on the way out. The Roadrunner in addition here as well. The Queens will hit that Reaper and push that back the other direction. So Reaper's still trying to find some entryways. Not quite succeeding at every stage. Yeah, Roadrunner on the left continues through as well. It's just going to bring all of that up and running. Get it all online. See where we go. The Aliens, the Reaper, I'm just going to bop a little grenade down. See, armor on the way from Bunny. Wow, Marauder Hellbat attack. Definitely one of the stronger Hellbat attacks. One of the more committed ones too, because you invest a lot into this. Marauders are very expensive. Concussive shells, Hellions, it's all very mineral expensive, so you can't just keep producing SCVs perfectly throughout this. You do have to cut a couple, which really puts the pressure on you getting some damage done. wild map to choose to do this on, a map where, you know, I feel like roaches are kind of a go-to anyway, and roaches typically should give you a better chance to defend this than anything else. The Overseer heading up that right side as the Viking comes down. Already Shin was supply block, still is supply block for quite a while. It's going to give Bunny a little bit more opportunity as the Hellions are coming, the Marauders are coming. It's about to be go time as Bunny looks to be the one guy to take a game off of Shin today. Can he do it? Stimpack building up on that barracks, that Marauder coming up as well. The Overseer getting the scout, but of course on the other side of the map, we're going to start moving through there. The Hellbats. 9 more Roaches in production, so we came out of that supply block just about in time. Roaches die fairly quickly to the Marauders. And the Queen's actually getting great damage on the Medivacs early. That Medivac does have to pull back and go into defensive positioning, but yeah, it's just going to go down still anyway. 4 drones killed, and the Roaches will clean up afterwards. Shin. Every phase of the game, he's been spot on today. I mean, maybe not in the late game, but that's only because he hasn't gotten to the late game. You know what they say? The best late game is a good mid game, because you just don't get to the late game. You just kill him before then, you know? Don't even have to worry about that. Man, Shin is like... I just like, you know, if it was Clem goes... Like, this is why we created the seeding system. You know, players like Clem, Classic, you know... These guys that play that did very well in the previous event, we skip a group stage for them to create some more competitive groups and create some more meaningful matches. Meanwhile, Shin is like, hey, what about me, bro? I should be up there. You should be creating that system for me, not the other guys. Roaches across the map will trade. I mean, Shin's just building drones behind it. This is fine. I mean, he's going to probably lose the Roaches, but drone behind this. Carapace upgrade coming through. Stimpack contaminated, by the way, so Stimpack is delayed right now as we contaminate that in the main base with the Overseer, so Stim gets delayed a few seconds further, which does eventually delay Combat Shield as well. I don't know if that's the best thing you can contaminate, actually. Like, it'd be nice if, like, you were killing your opponent right now. Obviously, you had some Roaches harassing, but I don't think those Roaches were really destined toward greatness anyway, right? So, just gonna see the Overseer. Needs to move up now. Just going to see the 1-1 upgrades coming through. Roaches on the way. A few more drones coming in as well. Add an extractor halfway down. Hatchery gets cancelled. More drones get picked off already. We do have those Roaches and Queens getting in position to push those Medivacs back the other way. And we have the 1-1 coming through. The extra few Roaches still building up. +2 Carapace, +1 missiles, all of that building by here from Shin right now as you just have a Ravager still building through. A few drones on the way up, add a couple of Overlords on. It's going to unload, and a couple of those drones get picked away at the Medivacs overhead. I mean, I like Bunny's next attempt. Got to try and do something here. Gets the Queen, looks elsewhere. Probably can't do much here. The Roach Ravager starts to get on top of him. But hey, I like that he gets across the map again and starts to put some work in, because otherwise, Shin starts to really run away with this game. I mean, he might still, but this definitely makes me feel better about it than I did beforehand as the Medivacs pull over. Unload for the moment. Maybe we can still find a chance to get active. We do have the 1-1 upgrades finishing shortly from Bunny. I think a Ravager is honestly not a bad pick, but it didn't die. Man, Shin's just got... he's got plot armor he doesn't even need today. Today decided that Shin was going to be the champion, so like, nothing can go wrong. The Ravager survives, like, a smidgen away from death. Like that Ravager would make the difference, probably not, but again, just the entire vibe is that Shin should win. Oh my god, it rhymes. Maybe it was in front of us this whole time. Nidus in the main base is going to be the distraction. If that goes up, that's not fun. Actually going to catch units move commanding toward the main base to try and help against the Nidus as Shin shows up. That means you don't have units in the main against the Nidus either, so reinforcements popping through the Nidus could be very annoying. A few Marines did get there. There's a tank as well. Good few Roaches do pop out. A lot of the Roaches were coming through there initially. Now those Roaches are going to try and close the gap onto the siege tank and try and make that catch. This network's both in trouble. We're going to see the Roaches will take a few more shots. Bio looking to actually push this back down the other way. SCV's pulled off the natural, but they could go back to mining already. Another tank pops out, and Bunny is going to hold on. Bunny will get a defense here against the man that no one's been able to break. Bunny will not be broken himself, at least for the moment. 10 SCVs is very allowable damage taken. Shin, by the way, on the gold base behind this. So the question now, I mean, so Bunny's goal should basically be to push the gold, because it's a direct push. It's easily, it's easily done. And right now, Shin's looking to attack in this direction anyways. He's generating aggression towards his gold base, really, because if Bunny chases Shin down, he'll naturally end up on top of that gold base too. So Shin is playing with a lot on the line, because that army, again, if that army gets chased away, you're basically then inviting the gold base to be tackled. And right now, that is the sole fourth base in this game. There is no additional bases. There's no kind of secondary backup plan. A little bit of lag. Probably just on our side, guys. Sometimes the Korean server doesn't like us, as Bunny has a hell of a lot of units and is going to move forward with them. Chasing down the Roach Ravager once more. Pushing that around for the moment. +2 attack, +2 armor, all building in. Bit more Roach Ravager coming up. The Ling speed. Lings coming through as well. Army getting into the top left corner. Ready for an attack through onto a set of bio units. It's going to come in. A couple units going to get jumped on. A couple corrosive vials dropping down as well. Couple tanks are placed there quite nicely. They're not being reached by any of the Ravagers just yet. In fact, the tank spreads are very good. Apart from the fact that those two tanks are clumped together, kind of makes them an easy battle target. If the Ravager's getting reached, the bio on the bottom side is chased away. A few Roaches there, and Bunny's defense holds again. Bunny refusing to be broken for the moment. Infestation Pit will come into position. +2 missiles. Starts up. So again, there is still future investments here from Shin. There's that gold base having to be evacuated from, as Bunny has to defend on the other side of the map. Once again, gets a lot of tank shots off on the Roaches, but this time the barrels will connect. 2 out of 3 tanks go down. That final tank that didn't die was super close to going down. However, we're getting a jump on the Ravagers. We're going to chase through. A lot of Ravagers in trouble. Expensive units exposed. It's going to be a much Roach heavier army now from Shin, as Bunny still has to pick up and pull back a little bit overall. Shin actually pushing in again. I don't like that. I feel like this is a little bit too soon. Don't get me wrong, Bunny's supply is not like amazing, but like he is also the defender against a Roach-based army, so maybe it's not super unrealistic. Like he keeps on trying to fight here. He's so close to a +2 armor upgrade. More corrosive vials, and that siege tank will get knocked down right away on the ramp. Maybe seeing the rest of the bio gathering up. It's apparently not going to be enough. Shin seemingly is just going to be able to keep throwing units at Bunny, and Bunny will crumble, it would seem. Man, I really felt like Bunny had a bit of something going here, but he was very close to having enough. It's just not quite there, was he? If the tank gets sieged, and Shin will back away for a moment, so will not continue through with that or against that just yet. A few more Ravagers morphing in. +2 missiles coming online. A few additional Zerglings are being produced. A little bit of bio going to push forward once more as the Roach goes down. Of course, the Vals will get rid of a siege tank. The SCVs pull forward. The Roach Ravager looking for the break that will end this game and this series and this group for Shin. 4-0-8-0. Dude was unstoppable today. Shin, your rightful champ of Group C. And yeah, he really does just not look backwards a single time. 4-0, 8-0. And the first place finishes in these groups have just gone better and better. Hero 4-0-8-2. Rogue 4-0-8-1. Shin 4-0-8-0. Crazy. Crazy stuff. All right, So we're going to go into Bunny Ryung. We're going to just, I think, so obviously let's have a look at the group maybe and just talk through the plan. So obviously this is the halfway point, guys. This is why we switch from live matches into replay matches, just because at the same time as the live games have been playing, we've been playing some games in sync that allows us to have 10 best of 3s, while the players are all done playing for the day, so they're done within 2.5 hours. We get still probably at least 2.5 more hours of games. We're just going to go in this order, I think. I mean, right now you can see Creator's 1-1, Shin's 4-0, Shameless is 0-2, but everyone is realistically still in play. I think this is a good order. I think Bunny Ryong going to set the table for those guys a bit. Bunny Creator will kind of double down on that idea. Could leave us in a very interesting place between the Koreans. We'll check in on the final results of Shameless, and then we'll do Creator Ryong to wrap up the day. I like it. I like it. So basically we're going to get all of Bunny's games now in a row with Bunny Ryong, then Bunny Creator, then Bunny Shameless coming up. So that's what we are doing. That's what we're heading into in a couple of moments. Give me a couple and we'll get right back at it. Is it the 14th today, guys? It is, right? I believe it is. Alrighty. Make a folder. It's freaking hot in here again today. Tell you what, I'll throw us onto a break screen while I just sort this out, guys. Will be a couple minutes. We'll come back, and then it's going to be Bunny Ryong up next for us. I'll see you guys in a few. Welcome back, guys. Thank you for your patience. It took a moment to get some stuff sorted. We are going to get ready for our second half of the day. Let's head into Bunny versus Ryung. Best of 3 TVT. Yo, thank you so much, Drexia808. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits coming in. Love that. Thank you so much. Amazing. We don't see bits that much anymore, so I appreciate the 1,000. Thank you so much indeed. As we get ready for some TVT action, guys. So TVT, and then we've got everybody's favorite matchup, TVP, coming after that as well. As we have Shin advancing first place guaranteed, leaving Bunny, Ryung, Creator, and Shameless to fight over 2 round of 16 places. Who will get them? As in the bottom right-hand side, the red Terran player is Ryung from Vitality. In the top left, our blue Terran is Bunny. Excuse me. A little hiccup as we get into this one. So some Terran versus Terran action, some games on the way as we get started up and look to see how things will go. Max gas coming down, just gets settled here. The SCV's coming through as well, so we get set up for a couple of moments. See just what exactly is going to be taking place. The barracks coming in on both sides. The SCVs are producing. First Reaper on the way up on both sides of the map as well. Everyone is kind of playing the same right now with the double gas, which will mean the factories come down at pretty much the same time here as well. So that's exactly what we see the investment being for the moment. So we get that set up. And yeah, we just got those factories on the way. Reapers coming through. SCVs coming across as we take a couple of moments to get established. Reaper down to the low ground here from Bunny is going to go for a little bit of scouting information, obviously checking out over to the sides, trying to see a little bit of what's going on, for example, etc., etc. And, yeah. Factory coming up. And get this ready to go. Wardy, how does the brackets work? Is it double elimination or most matches won? Right now, what you're watching today is just a group stage. It's round-robin group, so everyone in this group, all 5 players, play against each other. And that's just based on matches won. If we need other tiebreakers, then it's map score, etc., etc. The top 3 from this group advance. So 2 players get eliminated. Top 3 advance into a round of 16 group stage, which will be 4-player groups with a different format. It'll be double elimination, with top 2 advancing into the playoffs. Reapers, Hellion, gathering together as we have the starboard coming up, command center on the way. Take a couple of moments to get this all set, as we do have the first units already out from Bunny. It's the same build, so whoever's the aggressor is just going to have less right now. That is not surprising, but you are able to step away here as Ryong and get out of there for a little bit, so not too many problems overall. And those couple of Reapers continue to run on out of there for the moment. Medevac coming through, reactor still building. You have the fight now coming in on, Ryong's side of the map should give him a bit more of an opportunity. Bunny bullying his way in. And so try and fight through this. A couple more shots coming about. Grenades going down. Reaper Hellion really trying to put some work out there as you have the Hellions back around the other side. We jump back into the main base with those Reapers. So Bunny really trying to get the absolute most out of this at the moment. So trying to get some work done. A couple of grenades go down. SCVs will take some damage. That is going to be a cleanup. As a couple of Hellions will continue to sit out the front. So they're going to sit right there. A couple more Marines stepping forward as well for the moment. It's looking good. And here on Pylon. Cyclone, the Raven, the Interference Matrix all coming online as well. So just gain a bit of everything coming through for the early stages of this. Well, at this point we actually have Ryung going to try and step back out onto the map. So thinking about the idea of making use of these units, the double cyclone is in the medevacs from Bunny. He's going to run right over this force of Ryung. Well, he was going to, but Ryung turns, so Ryung doesn't see this medevac coming across. That gives the double cyclone opportunity now to head in toward that main base and potentially get a bunch of damage done. Obviously, SCV's up for grabs, for example. There's definitely some hope here from Bunny as he heads directly to this main. There's going to be the Raven getting intercepted, so that's going to be really nice. And yeah, already the double cyclone putting work in. A Raven for free. 100% of the time you want to take that one. Siege tank gets locked onto. We can probably just take the siege tank down there. We have the vision. Wow, Raven and a tank. And basically no damage taken. The cyclone is half HP, but obviously that's very savable still. Absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. The Hellion Cyclone coming back through. The Cyclone gets a lock again. Just going to see the medevac. Actually, okay. Well, it's not for free anymore, as the two Cyclones have to drop back down. We will get a Cyclone in return, though. So, get a couple Cyclones back in return for the tank and the Raven. The medevac as well. I mean, it definitely helps to even things out a little bit after Ryung definitely wasn't loving that Bunny was the one to be making all of the grabs, right? You know, it feels very, you know, it doesn't feel fun at all, right? Your opponent's the one making the moves, getting the grabs, putting himself in a good position and so on. But a little bit of a bounce back from Ryung, and that makes it feel a little better. The only problem is I still prefer to have a Raven and a Siege tank over your opponent having two Cyclones, because Cyclones just don't scale as well until the later stage of the game. Tanks are always great, Ravens are always great, and look at what Ryung is doing as well. Double starport. Scanning the main from Bunny misses it, the benefit of building that starport on the natural, so Bunny is not going to recognize that this is going to be a double starport build yet. Unless he just looks at the lack of barracks, lack of third base. Maybe the lack of what is in the main base is enough to tell him a bit about how much Ryung is committing to. As Bunny has continued to make Vikings for now. Ryung's actually gone into the Liberator pretty quickly as well, I would say. You know, he's got one Raven, 5 Vikings, and now he's just produced that single Lib as well. Obviously, no reactor on the second starport, so just 3 Vikings now building at a time. He looks to maintain map control with this. He will start a third on location, so he will start to invest into the backup plan. But obviously, it is looking good that he will get some damage done and be able to get to that backup plan in a pretty good place because he's got massive air control. Those 2 Vikings of Bunny can't do anything right now. That Liberator should be able to siege up, push the tanks back. These Vikings honestly could have been a bit more aggressive stepping forwards. You have the Raven full of energy as well, so Matrix is available. Double Raven from Bunny, remember, is actually across the map just shredding SCVs, so Ryung is taking heavy worker damage. Man, did those Ravens just get all 19 of those workers? 8 and 11. Yes, they did. So the Ravens go absolutely huge into the mineral lines, and now Ryung, well, obviously he was already in a position where he had to do some damage. They will say, obviously, that comes at a cost from Bunny. That's energy used from the Ravens that will not go into clearing up this army, and that's a pretty big factor, because Ravens are a big part of what could have cleared this up. You see the Vikings trying to fight in there, but Bunny just has less, so Ryung will maintain air control and position, but at least the Liberator is no more, and that means that we cannot continue to kind of push the tanks back. At least you do stop gaining ground for the moment. Let's see, Cyclone does not get any further in either. Oh, you're not going to drop the Matrix. It's going to make the move, and Bunny's just going to say, nope, not going to let that happen. Pulls the SCVs, the Vikings land. Bunny's work count is going to get shredded in this scenario. Vikings still pushing through. He does a lot of damage. He's got his couple tanks that survive at the end. 24 workers lost. Bunny down by 8. Actually still has the Ravens as well, and now he has air control too, so it's actually very worthwhile. Just has it cost you a little bit too much to get here? Will be the question on everyone's minds in these dying few moments. 1-1 upgrades and combat shield not far away as well, so Bunny's going to have a better and better Bioforce to start fighting with as well. That should help us out a lot in the coming moments too, as we continue to see the Order Command taking some smacks off the Siege tank. Wham bam, thank you. Well, Vikings, the tank gather up still. The Liberator is going to be finished morphing soon. The Marine's still on the way. Single Marine steps into a Siege tank that says bye-bye and see you later. And it will be a Viking Raven Force stepping through. Liberator sieges up, pushes the tank back a little bit. As the tanks will siege, Vikings lift up into the skies. We'll just be having the Vikings landing back down again. The Liberator going to step forward as well. Going to go sieging up on top of the couple of siege tanks here as we will push those a bit further back. Liberate sieging again. Marines trying to step forward. The Vikings going to go up against the Vikings right now. Auditors will drop the Marines, stim in. Bunny looking for the breakout. And, well, he will break out. And here's the concern from Ryong. You're down 30 army supply with a worse setup army. Trying to go to mech, but not really having many units just yet means that you are in trouble as Bunny wanders across the map with a massive lead, upgrade lead as well. He already begins to evacuate the third base. Bunny knew at some point he would just have to break out beyond the worker deficit and then look for the army counterattack to see success. And right now, I think success is all Bunny sees because that tank is sieging Vikings overhead. We'll just have a couple more tanks sieging as well. A couple more tanks on the top side coming across too. Another Liberator will start a fire into the main base. A few SCVs begin to go down. Vikings to step across. They will go after that Lib as well. So at least that pulls the Vikings out the way, though. There's only 2 siege tanks here. We do have Raven Energy building up, so we are getting very close to just going Matrix, and just breaking into this natural. 2 more tanks in production, but not ready yet. Never mind. Burns just going to say GG. He can see he's way too far behind, and Bunny will take a game to start off this best of 3 with a 1-0 lead. Tokamak coming up next as we get into this next game. Let's take a moment to throw invites out, guys. We'll take a moment or so here. Let's just have to... We also have a caster restarting their StarCraft, so let's take a moment or so. Hopefully not too long, and get back on track. Again, thanks for joining us for the WardiTV Summer Champs. Group C. Group D coming up on Sunday as well. Looking fun. He really is looking fun. I think it's going to be a good time. Very exciting. All right. Dum ba dum ba dum ba dum dum. Alright, S2 restarted, and everyone's ready to go into Tokamak. Game number 2, Bunny and Ryung. I mean, obviously everyone's 0-1 apart from Creator, who already beat Shameless, so Bunny and Ryung, an important match here because the winner of this gets to 1-1 and already puts themselves into a much better position for this group. So you go down 0-2 and you're already kind of dicing with death. Especially when I think the rest of this group is going to end up being quite close. You know, kind of thought there was going to be a close group in the first place. Shin clearly did end up stepping ahead. The rest of the guys I think should be a much closer match. So, like I say, we'll see how it pans out and how it plays out. As in the bottom left, our red Terran player here is Ryong. He's down a game up against Bunny. 1-0 lead for him in the series. Barracks at the front will be our starting point. Barracks coming down, a couple of gases coming up. We have an SCV scout from Ryung. He's going one gas expand, so the SCV scout is much more typical. In case you don't know how TVT openings work. If you go one gas expand, you need a scout to know if you're being proxied. Basically, as this SCV comes up to the high ground and sees the barracks, you are safe to put your CC down on the low ground. If you come up here with the SCV and see no barracks, then you're like, uh-oh. And so you build a high ground CC, or you just start building a bunker, preparing for Reapers. So obviously Ryong, it's a safety scout. Going one gas expand without the SCV is greedy. Double gas from Bunny means he doesn't really need to SCV scout because he's naturally going into what you would go into anyway against the most typical aggression. So the SCV scout doesn't do a lot for you. That extra little bit of money saved on the SCV at home just helps the defense if it gets a bit hairy. And yeah, just obviously already going straight to the factory. So by the time you know what's up, you just have to continue to execute with the structures you already have. Scouting does not really change your kind of approach in terms of the buildings at least. So it does typically work out that this is the most typical way for each of these builds to go. Like I say, the one gas player can put the SCV scout and be greedy and take that risk. The double gas player can scout and be kind of overly safe and kind of not have belief in their own ability to defend with the units they would naturally get up to. So it can go both ways. We do see, again, those kind of styles being adventured into sometimes. Block grenades there, going to bop around the Marines and take some damage. The units get back into the bunker, hiding away for the moment as the starport coming up. From Ryung, the orbital coming through, the Hellion on the way. Two Reapers and a Hellion just going to move into the natural. A couple of SCVs going down already. Good grenades as the Reaper continues to pull back. Going to be low HP, just going to be seeing that going to get the kill. And Marine actually getting both the kills in the end. And Bunny's units will be cleaned up. A couple of SCVs went down for Ryung, so Bunny will be somewhat happy with the commitment. As, again, he's the double gas player, so he wants to try and do some damage to slow Ryung down a little after that faster expansion of his has been taken to the stage so far. Here from the Matrix, very typical follow-up. Meanwhile, the Cloak Banshee is something we don't see as much of in this matchup. Going to give Ryung a different way of trying to deal some damage here. If the Ravens stay at home and there's detection available, then these Banshees do not necessarily have much of a life in store for them, but that is the risk you're taking, and that's, it's uncommon enough that you can actually, catch the Raven player off guard a lot of the time when you end up with Banshees. That does a lot of work for you, definitely helps you out in a big way. Matrix halfway done, Raven coming through. Just have the little bit of a rally to the front right there. SCVs coming about, Banshee Cyclone coming by, cloaking, building. We'll just have these SCVs still just, getting their work done. Two Cyclones onto the map from Ryung is going to be a bit of harass at the front, which could maybe bait the Raven somewhere, and maybe give the Banshees the opportunity to strike at the same time, or you could catch the Raven on the map if you were lucky. In this case, Ryung is not quite in the correct place. Tank setup as well, super defensive against the push at the front. Obviously, again, the question is defense against a Banshee or two. It's actually Vikings from Bunny now as well, so just the one Raven, so it will not be detection that he really has. Obviously, you can scan, but that relies on you having scan energy available as well. As this Raven checks through, it doesn't get anything to kind of tell you what's going on. So those Banshees are getting up across the map. The Raven is not sticking around on the other side, just takes the scout and actually is going to pull home, so that's going to help. And like I said, we do have the Cyclones ready to team up and to join up and cause some trouble as the Banshees hit one way, the Cyclones can hit the other. And Bunny's mineral line is about to be in serious trouble. Pulls the SCVs, apparently noticed the blur of the Banshees coming through. So had a little bit of heads up about it. Oh, the Cyclones get a Viking. Actually, there is a second Raven from Bunny. My bad, I didn't see that one. But yeah, we do get ourselves one of the Vikings at least. The Cyclones delivering a little. The Banshee's just going to pull away. That's going to start going after Marines. So we're going to look for the chance to get some of this army killed off. Forces the scan, gets away. Ravens obviously could auto turret and start hitting these Banshees, which is why the Banshees split. Make it harder to be chased by the Viking as well. One Banshee down, the other's going to dive back to the main. But I'd rather try and be an annoyance than just get away and come again later. I don't hate it. There's no defense here just yet. We know the units are wanting to move out onto the map, so it's the perfect time to actually step onto the other side. 6 SCVs will fall. More siege tanks settling down into the right side at the moment. And +1 vehicle weapons, +1 vehicle plating coming through. Viking tanks still building. with the engineering bay and the SCVs coming online as well. We have that refinery is going to be done, and another refinery finishing as we just play all of the gases we can get our hands on here as Ryung. He is playing mech, so unsurprisingly wants gas. Uh-oh. But he actually catches the matrix and the connections in the center, so it's going to be Ryung caught a little bit too far forward there, and Bunny capitalizes, unsieges, and now looks to keep pushing. Bunny is playing a very mechy army as well. As, he does actually have the additional barracks. Uh-oh, we're lagging a little bit. Never great, but we get through it as we do see the SCVs pulled in. I'm just going to see those Vikings still going after the other Viking as well. Those few SCVs going to get turned back around the other side. The couple of Vikings still coming through. SCVs will do some repairing, but yeah, Bunny has the air control. Can drop an auto turret, going to land the Vikings. Knocks down the siege tank instantly. We'll get another siege tank, lifts the Vikings back in the sky. I love it. I think that cost you like one Viking. You got rid of 2 siege tanks. Still have control of the map here as you try and press forward, looking to get your own tank siege in the next few moments. Yeah, like I say, I love it. That was a great play from Bunny. Capitalizing nicely. 1-0 up in this series and looking to get this second game under control as the Vikings will go forward. They will get a grab. Again, the air control going big time right now from Bunny, getting some good work done for the moment. Our tank just in range. Hitting the orbital, just a little bit of light pressure makes everyone think about repairing it at some stage. And this entire area you can't move into right now as Ryong unless you're going to give up this army. Or at least take some heavy siege tank shots. And now it's going to get doubled down on as the second tank arrives. The only thing I will say is Bunny's super vulnerable to counterattack, but playing mech, Ryong doesn't have a ton of counterattack potential. Going to land the Vikings here. Held against the tanks again. The few Marines stemmed in from Bunny. Oh, the Vikings do not go against the tanks quickly at all. That's a great bust out from Ryong. There's a lot of SCVs built into this point, but man, he busts out, and maybe we just gotta go. The thing is that Ryong also knows he lost a lot here, right? So it feels like you gotta go. That's what we talked about in the last game in a similar scenario, but now it maybe is just a little bit too tough of a position to actually make this happen. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield, and the concussive shell still building up as well. The siege tanks and the Vikings continued by the factory. We'll set up also. Just going to be seeing the army coming out in toward the center. Already coming across 20-25 supply ahead, so wants to keep up some pressure apparently. And the idea of stimming into those tanks feels scary right away. Just going to siege for the missile turret. It's not a terrible choice, has to scan a second time unfortunately, but it's a fairly low cost to pay at this point. We're 3 bases, we're comfortable on SDVs, you don't need to be muling all the time. A lot more of the Terran energy will be going into scans from this point onwards to keep track of your opponent's army just to roughly know everything that's going on. Bunny, 144 to 114 up 30 supply, but is playing bio versus mech, so that mech army of Ryung will hold some value as well. Just needs to get toward 4 base. So 4 base mech play will be very scary. Feels like at that point they reach really, it's not unlimited, but it does feel like you're playing against unlimited money from the other guy. Feels very tough that they just keep on having so much available to build with and so on. Artifact loads up a little bit. The army on the right side moves back around. We get ready for the drop into the main. Marines and the Marauders drop straight through. The SCV takes damage. The Hellions begin to take damage. Oh, we're going to be able to get a siege tank here as well, right? So not bad at all. Could have been a whole lot worse. A little distraction. Can we capitalize at the front as now Bunny tries to hit? Interference Matrix going down. Going to just stem through. Once we get that other siege tank quickly, we'll get there. The other tanks begin to siege. Bunny could do it just kiting up towards this area a little bit. He doesn't need to fight into this. You can just pull over here, hit this orbital into a float, and would be okay. Gonna lose the medevac. He has got to be super careful. Those tanks are sieged in a great spot. You know, for Ryung being under pressure, he's found the perfect position to siege up. He should stop the majority of damage onto the orbital, and he really stops Bunny from getting further forward on this position, which he is starting to fall in love with. Units rally themselves across the map still. Orbital takes a couple shots. Vikings overhead. We scan out. Gets rid of the siege tank there as well. Nice catch. Big load up. Triple medevac going to come up to the top. Going to go moving over there. Army of Bunny over to the right hand side. This medevac's load up again. Bunny's looking for a bust, man. He wants to break through this. A lot of Vikings. Don't be scared. The medevac's just flying straight in, but they're going to give it a go. We're going to stim it as well. Tanks will siege quite far back, actually. So this is not working at all for Bunny. Those Hellbats are tanking, and Bunny's supply will be stopped in place. There's one way to throw your supply advantage is this bio attack. Does not work. I didn't hate the idea. I think Bunny is not wrong in kind of reading the position of the game where it's like, I feel like I'm ahead. I feel like I'm in a good place. And he's like, okay, well, how can I be creative enough to bust through this? Like, I think the idea of breaking through this is not bad. The execution there obviously did not work out at all. That was not the attack you were trying to come up with at all. Maybe just like a big drop on the right side, force tanks on the left, and big drop on the right would have been nice. Maybe more focused around kind of hitting different bases rather than just jumping on the army that was there. I mean, now Ryung is moving across the map here on Tokamak, and he's up 20 army supply, and with the kind of army that you do not want to mess around with. And if Bunny isn't careful, he's going to be in a position in a moment where he cannot break this anymore. And Ryung is actually being very careful with advancing the siege tanks. So each of those tanks is taking a moment to advance forward, and the more he takes that moment, the better it ends up for Ryung, because I don't think he's actually in a rush. Like, yes, Bunny has more money, but he's building Marines, he's building Marauders. He is building things that the siege tanks do not really respect, because they're going to just blast them from afar. SCV pull here as Bunny does get some SCVs over Ryung. The Vikings overhead doing what they can. The medevac gets pushed away a little. Orbital command on fire as it lifts and retreats. Yeah, great job by Ryung. I mean, this was genuinely a bad spot for him, but Bunny, again, that one decision to try and break that army right then and there absolutely backfired. That could not have really gone much worse. It was a bad fight. There's nothing justifying it. The tank's still trying to press a bit further forward. We just see the Liberator set up. Vikings nearby. Army of Bunny going to stim down to the bottom left and chase after a bunch of SCVs. So we'll just run straight over there. A couple of workers going down. The Hellbat's being picked up. We'll see this army continue to run up as the SCVs will continue to get taken out. It's going to be 19, 21 workers killed. And we do have so many SCVs going down. Damage really is just being done across the board. GG gets called, and Ryung is going to take us to a 1-1 scoreline and a Game 3 back on the tables. You know what? The day started with a Game 3 in the PvP. I was like, yes! Today's going to be great. And then Shin was just like, how quickly can I annihilate everybody else? And, you know, we rattled through a bunch of series back to back, but now we're back in Game 3 territory. Love it. Love it, love it. We're going to get this hosted up and ready to go in a few moments' time, guys. Continuing through the Summit Championship Group C. Bunny and Ryung fighting for a 1-1 scoreline, tied up with Creator if whoever wins this. The other tied up with Shameless at the bottom of the group for the moment. All these guys still having to play against each other, so a lot of room for movement in the group at this point still as well is obviously very noteworthy too. Let's take this into Game 3. Deciding map. Oh, I feel like I need to stretch out a little bit today, guys. Ay. Shake it up. Alright, let's load into ley lines to decide this best of 3 series. Bunny had the lead in that last game and just slipped up. Misjudged their fight, misjudged his engagement, and got heavily punished for it. You can't do that at this level. You will get punished, and that's exactly what we saw. Bunny in the top right is our blue Terran player, taking on Ryung in the bottom left. Opted to play that mech, playing that aggressive stuff a couple times now. That starport style in that first game as well, so Ryung kind of maybe going to continue playing a mechy style. Might actually be a challenge for Bunny if that's something Bunny finds himself struggling with. That's not something that's easily fixed just from game to game. So I think Ryung is doing the right kind of thing here as well. Alrighty, so where are we gonna go? What are we gonna do? Single gas from Bunny, so looking for the expansion. Double gas from Ryung, looking for the pressure. Right from Ryung, checking those nearby positions to make sure that he's not going to be committed into buying an attack super quickly. Obviously, this is a faster expansion from Bunny. Mentioned that ability to kind of mix it up, and Bunny's going to get away with being that greedy player in this circumstance, where he scouts with only the Reaper, does not scout before then. So, a little bit cheeky as the Reaper pulls it back across. Command Center building through. SCV coming up. Reactor and the Tech Lab building in also. As we just have the factory ready to drop down onto this reactor in the next couple of moments. The factory will drop onto the reactor as well. And the barracks will move up just a little further too. Pulling that out of the way. Hellion, Starport, Orbital, all building right now. Command Center halfway done as well. Just going to see the barracks finishing up and starting a reactor. Cyclone will produce on the factory, and we get all of that on the go. Again, a couple of Hellions popping out. The barracks going to leave the tech lab, pull away to the side. Starport going to take the tech lab instead. And yeah, the Hellions and the Reaper will gather up, look for their chance to, well, play defense if needed, attack if needed as well, is a possibility. It's a lot of units. 6 Hellions across the map from Bunny. Going to look for damage early. Try and find some work here. Look for nade. Cyclone going to get bobbed. We're going to take the dive forward. Reaper, Hellion. A little bit of a fight and actually taking down a Cyclone in good numbers. This can happen, and Bunny will push Ryong's Cyclones back. Look at that. Ryong going to start the stim pack here for this final game. He's going to switch up the style from the Mechis builds to the Bio build. It's going to be seeing the Interference Matrix and the Raven coming online, the Cyclone coming through too. So we just got that all going as the Raven will... Raven Cat will continue to grow. Actually still going to threaten with these Hellions. It's a Raven up in the main base. Raven goes down to the Cyclones. He gets 3 SCVs, but going down. Hellions trying to find some Marines. Now, at least Ryung got rid of a Raven. He has down a few workers. He's down in army supply as well, Ryung. So whatever Bunny's doing is working right now. It's basically just building up off of these 3 structures. The 1-1-1 is looking powerful. Meanwhile, Ryung already has the second barracks, the stim pack. He's not going to be heavy on tech at all. He's just going to be playing very marine heavy, in fact. And so he's going to have a lot more of a bio setup than anything else, which is kind of uncommon for the TVT. I mean, we're so used to seeing not just the 1-1-1, but the 1-1-1 being stuck to throughout the game as well, right? Where you kind of take that 1-1-1 and you run it into the, you know, you run it into like a third base even. So You know, kind of similar to what Bunny's doing. 3rd CC on the way, but still only on the 1-1-1 with the now additional barracks and the engineering base building up behind it all. 3rd CC drops into place. Engineering base coming up, the refinery's building. Depots finishing soon. Siege tank and the combat shield will also be in production. Add a couple more Vikings in. And 1 upgrades coming by as well. Marines and medevacs up toward the top. Combat shields will tick along right now on the barracks again. 1-1 stim. Bit of everything coming through for the moment. The extra barracks will build. The reactors coming online. Back to check into the main base as the additional barracks come up again. So going to get the 5 racks here. A couple more barracks producing for the moment. Viking shooting medevac. Going to go down. So medevac falls. The auto turrets dropping into place as well, pushing a few of the Marines away. Still got the Vikings, the Marines, and the Cyclone still pressing about for now, continuing to pressure early. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield coming through, the additional 1-1 coming up from Bunny as the army heads out down to the bottom left. 3 Ravens of Bunny lost in this game, so he's losing so many of the units that would typically be good, but the medevacs and the Marines killed. He puts himself in a position where going across the map is reasonable. It's just those 3 tanks. Imagine we had the Ravens with some matrices. Right now it feels like those tanks may be tough to break through. Combat shield's halfway done. Marine tank medevac still building the army to the bottom, ready in a push onto the 3rd base. Tanks will siege. The scan comes out. Just going to see the single Marine stimming up in front. Does absorb the first shot of the tanks. Wow, we actually really absorbed the tank splash there. Well executed attack from Bunny. No hesitation. Gets onto the 3rd base. SCVs are falling. We might want to pull back from this tank. We might just want to break on into it. Ryong has a unit on the other side. They are going to stim into Bunny's 3rd base. Going to cause a little bit of a base trade scenario. Bunny already has a little bit of better defense, I think, set up against this, although Bunny's running out of speed on the other side as well. Big difference here is that Bunny doesn't lose the SCVs. He gets them away, keeps the 3rd alive comfortably, and Ryung is just not doing anywhere near as much meaningful damage as what Bunny has just achieved. These tanks will siege. The SCVs are going to pull in. We're just going to try and break through this straight away. Tanks will go after the Marines, SCVs, and the Cyclone pull back and just go for a few more unit kills. Bunny will give up on this force at this point. He will have to go defend the main base, which is where Ryung jumps to. Looking now for additional damage, but again, cannot realistically stick around. Bunny has so many more units. He's already got that 3rd base back on location mining as well. Again, typically at this point, you break out and you get away as Ryung, and your typical response is to counterattack, but I just don't know if he's got any power in the counterattack. His army supply is not terrible, but this group of units over here isn't doing much. He actually stopped with the rest of the army. He lost so many of his tanks. And without a tank count, it's so hard to get across the map and do much of anything, because a lot of the time the Marines will give themselves up and fight and trade well, but you need that tank count to kind of survive and to hold position behind it all. Otherwise, it just doesn't quite work out. We'll have the medevacs and the Marines still stepping through then, heading forward for the moment. 2-2 upgrades on the way. Marine medevac building. LSR's Marine tank force from Ryong gathering also. Come back around to the right side. 2-2 upgrades plus 1 vehicle weapons, all building for the moment. This force of Ryong readies an assault on the upper right. He's going to get there, get a medevac, so already Bunny's on the other side. Well, that's the end of the 3rd base. That goes down very quickly. Ryong basically has to attack in. The problem is that Bunny has got all of his tanks at home, because he only had Marines on the other side of the map, so he just has to let the tanks do the work here. And Ryung will not kill a single one with the Marines, which does not leave you in a good position at all. GG, Bunny 2, Ryung 1. It's going to be a big result for Bunny, as this group is probably going to end up pretty close. A 1-1 result right now for Bunny. Ryung at 0-2 definitely puts Bunny into the better position. We will go into Bunny versus Creator, see which of these players breaks out into a 2-1 lead. And we'll get into that in a few moments' time as we continue through the games right here, guys, in the Summer Championship Group C. We'll get the invites out and get Incorporeal ready to go for Bunny versus Creator. So we'll just wait a minute or two for some ads, basically, and then we'll be go into more games. Go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, guys, so 4 best of 3s remain, and it's all TVP from here on out. Which is going to be, again, the following matchups: Bunny versus Creator, Bunny versus Shameless. So we're going to do the 2 Bunny matchups first, see what his final result is, see where he ends up. And then we've obviously got Shameless versus Ryung, and Ryung versus Creator to come in toward the end as well. Should be a fun little ending. Some TVP finally after all the other matchups have been played so far today. But everything other than this one. And ZVZ. There's no 2 Zergs in the group, so... But otherwise, that's what's going on. Hell yeah. Donation. Andy, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Holy. 2 lots of 1,000 bits on the same day. I think that's the first time we filled the bit goal in, like, forever. Like, actually forever. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the bits, mate. Thank you. Like I say, it's been a hot minute since we filled up the bit bar. Awesome. Thank you so much. We're also working our way towards the 700 subscriber count here on Twitch, guys. So if you are enjoying, then you can obviously prime us up. Helps the whole bundle as well. We always appreciate it. We are pretty much ready to go. Alright, I think we're clear of the ads. 5 seconds. Perfect. Let's get into this TVP then. Incorporeal is going to be our opening map for Bunny and Creator to do battle on. We're going to get straight into this, guys. And again, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you all being here. Let's get ourselves into the game. Here's our Series 6 out of 10 today. So we are really past the halfway mark at this stage. As in the top left corner of the map, we will be seeing the blue Terran player. We are going to have ourselves a cheeky little bunny. Up against the red Protoss in the bottom right corner of the map, Creator. And oh, it is a cheeky little bunny. SCVs are going to come down to the bottom side in the early few moments. So, Bunny with the cheese. 2 SCVs as well, so pretty committed. Typically, lately, we've been expecting a lot of Marauders in these scenarios. Bjorn's been doing some fun things where he threatens Marauders but goes into Reapers instead sometimes, so that's been kind of entertaining at points. I'm going to see Barracks number 1 dropping into place. CV coming across to drop down Barracks number 2. Fun position. I wonder if he's going to float into the main. This feels like a main-based float. Float into this corner and then... Because it's a little way to walk all the way around here. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. So Creator's going to figure out what Bunny's up to right away. Zealot will start. And we are indeed going to float the barracks into the main base. As, yeah, Bunny's idea is fun. But I don't know if it's going to be effective. Tech Lab in the main one. Tech Lab probably number 2 in the main base as Creator is going to step forward the probe. Yep. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Oh. Can't land if I'm underneath you. So he does delay that barracks. Continues to block it for a few more moments. Yep. You're not allowed to land here. No land. Oh, no. It is a landing zone. Sorry. My bad. Well, probably being super annoying as Creator will continue through and slam his way onto that Tech Lab, which is just undefendable right now. We're going to have a Marauder shortly. But, yeah, this is kind of disastrous. Creator, by the way, has a gateway across the map. And that's looking kind of scary, too. Tech Lab goes down, so we can't even build more Marauders. It's one Marauder, one Marine, no upgrades. And this should not really be a challenging defense, as the Marine will go down quickly. The Marauder has to run into the corner, and Bunny is just going to say GG as a disaster of a cheese. Here in this game 1 goes the way of Creator. What prompted a probe to check there? Creator should have had vision in the main already, right? He was probe scouting. I'm pretty sure he saw no barracks. No? No, you're correct. He didn't go into the main base. Maybe he was just checking, just in case there was a building in his main. I wonder if he was just worried, like maybe a super early SE got into his main. Maybe it's just something he's played against before as well. It's also possible. So yeah. You're right. I thought the probe scouted, and then he was like, well, I guess I'll just check over the side just in case. And then it was like, aha, surprise. Well, one of the fastest games we'll probably see in the entire tournament, to be honest. 2.5 minutes ain't much. Throw some invites down. And we'll get ready for our next game, guys. Game 2 of the BO3. Task failed successfully. Yeah, that was definitely... It was not Bunny's greatest moment. We'll just leave it at that, okay? It was not Bunny's greatest moment. It's all good. We just leave it there. We can just leave it at that. Alright, game number 2 on Tokamak. Let's see if Bunny can bounce back after that. As we head into the second game. That was obviously really anything but ideal. It shows just how OP Protoss is. It's the perfect example. Yes. Yes. Only Protoss can scout the corner of their base and see the proxy racks cheese that's going to float into the main. No other race can do this. It's truly insane, that the ability to move your worker, and honestly, like, the craziest thing to me, like, when you really stop to think about it, right? Look at the vision of a probe. Look at this guy. He can see, like, this far away. Like, bro, let's be realistic. This dude's tiny. He shouldn't be able to have the same vision as all of these epic, mega other units in the game. You're right. We should nerf probe vision. That's it. That's how we fix this matchup. We nerf probe vision. We're onto something here. Onto something here. Gateway is going to go onto the main. As you can see, the assimilator coming about. A probe going to chrono boost. Probe coming to the other side of the map. Take a couple of seconds as we have. Go check to see what's going on. No Terran is getting out this group. Wow, that's some fighting words. Do you think Shameless and Creator take down all the Terrans from here? That'd be kind of a crazy result, to be honest. Bunny and Ryung both didn't make it. I'd be kind of shocked. Marine comes over and does push that probe away then, so we get rid of this little bit of aggression coming through. It's going to be the end of that for now. Upgate coming up. The Adept continues to build and get settled here as the factory command center SCV continue to build on through. Barracks going to lift off the tech lab. Factory ready to move over. Barracks even going to move over to the side there. As the Nexus will indeed very soon be done. The battery coming online for that. The probies are going to come across and drop the Twilight Council down. So just going to get that into place as we have battery building, Stalker and the Warp Gate coming online. Hallucination from Creator will begin to go out to the upper right side of the map, so heading towards the top right side. I'll look to see what's going on. Twilight Council, Gateway, all continuing through. As the other Hallucination will have a good scout in. Barracks building, Starport building, the Orbital Command is about to finish. Hallucination just about gets over to the side. There's that Hallucination going down, so just going to get rid of it. Take that out of the way. A couple extra gateways coming online as well. Going to build those into place. And yeah, Blink and the Warp Gate coming through right here. So far, so good. Medevac just pull up stim back going through. Marines in the tank will gather together, and we will take the chance to move out down to the bottom left side. So the Medevac from Bunny is going to get a cruising as he looks for some early damage. He's already on the extra barracks, remember, so fast stim coming up behind this. As the Cyclone and Marines will get aggressive, it will be, like I say, quite a bit of bio behind this pretty quickly. Having the power of that stim behind you too, definitely giving you a bit of a chance to get something done as we head to the bottom left side. Immediately this pylon, that Nexus, both going to be in some trouble. As we do get a few shots off damage being dealt, and the Stalker's stepping about there as well. There goes the Medevac, though. Peeling back to the top. No opportunity really found just yet. Now, we step away. Take a few moments as the Temple Archives comes up. The Nexus comes into place. A couple more probes get added on. Stalkers will get here, and we are going to be seeing the Marine tank immediately able to push the Stalkers back the other side, so that is a good denial from Bunny. He's actually pulling the SCV, so it's very aggressive, and Creator cannot afford to lose those Stalkers. He's doing the right thing, but now it's awkward because he's obviously let this kind of be, he's been caught off guard a little bit. Okay, he's actually going to use it to hit reinforcements, which is not a bad approach, although the Medevac should have been able to save units here. Bunny's also just slow to respond to these Stalkers. That said, he's busy on the other side chasing down Stalkers too. What have we got right now? Creator's just not set up at all. Stim is moments from finishing. We don't even have that many Marines in this army. I think this is hitting way sooner than Creator really expected just for the build that was coming in. We're going to see Stalkers from both sides. The first tank going down. The probes are melting, by the way. Stalkers on the top side go down quickly as well. Archon still locked onto by the Cyclone. He's going to have that broken force fields helping. As Bunny continues the aggression, a couple of Medevacs need to do some healing. These Marines are hurting right now. Just the fact we have to pull probes in again is so painful because we killed so many SCVs, yes, but now you're giving up that entire advantage. One Medevac goes down, the bio continues through. Robo Facility, Temple Archives is right there in the natural. I don't think that's going to provide too much. We will depower it, but that doesn't really change much right now. We weren't on the way to Storm. The Gateway gets depowered though. That's some less warp pins available. Now the natural expansion in trouble. And this tank in a great place. It's going to hit units that come down the ramp, which makes it so much more difficult to actually break out. A few Stalkers blink to the other side. Bunny will see that. He starts to regroup his reinforcements. May even siege the tank. He doesn't siege the tank, but the Stalkers blink in, so they'll start to take some heavy damage. Meanwhile, over here, we're still seeing these Marines just dominate, and as the natural goes down, you don't really have much of a shot here if you're going to lose the natural. A few probes already on the third as well, taking hits from Marines, so it doesn't feel good for Creator. As this really seemed to have caught him off guard. He was not ready in the slightest. Obviously, the Stalkers in the middle of the map getting caught a little bit off. But Bunny really just hitting, but like I say, the prep from Creator was just not there. One Archon showing up, Stork count not good enough. If he had the Storks to maybe just jump on the tanks more quickly, and then maybe it's just Marines against the Pro Pull Archon Zealots. But the tank did a lot of the splash damage there to help you out too. And that's going to be another Stalker killed off, so again, units going down still on the side of Creator. Bunny is in a stellar position. Stalker still pulling back. One Stalker going to fire some shots. Marines taking damage. Siege tanks pushing to the south. Energy recharge on that sentry. Stalker's pulling up. Tank will go down. Marines are just going to fire. The Archon will fall. GG says Creator, and that is going to do it. Bunny going to take game number 2. We get tied up, and we are going to go the distance. We're going to go to the game 3 here between the two of them as we head into this in a moment or so. We'll get that ready to rumble. Alright guys, yo, what's up Drexia? Thank you so much for the 6-month resub. Subbing for 3 months in advance as well. Super appreciated. Thank you very much indeed for the support. Thank you so much. Alright, we're going to go to game 3. It's Ley Lines as the final map of this series. Dum ba da dum da da dum da da dum dum dum. Alright, we got everyone. Let's do it. Let's click watch and jump into game 3. Voting Creator. Like I say, a big match because this one puts one of the players 2-1 in a good position to advance already. Take some pressure off that final series for them. The other will be 1-2 and probably has to win their remaining match in the group to have a shot at advancing unless we see some kind of crazy 1-3 tiebreaker scenario break out like we had in Group A. Final predictions on this channel because I am forgetful. And I forget to start them at the start of every series. I'm out here hosting maps and games and organizing players and stuff. Predictions is just an addition which is... It's just one extra thing for me to do while the game is starting, and it's just a little bit tough to keep on top of. I'm not good at keeping on top of it, basically. There's the TLDR answer. We do sometimes do predictions when Twitch chat reminds me, but we'll not be doing any predictions for the second half of these games. Because these games right now were played earlier today. So just in case the players somehow leaked a game or some info to someone, I don't want someone scamming their way to all the channel points, you know? So just make sure that doesn't happen. Yeah, what's up, Ryan? Says, I know you probably hear it a lot as someone who loves... and I mean just loves watching StarCraft. I couldn't be more grateful for you, dude. Just the best. And Harstem is my hero. Wow. I was so happy to hear that until you mentioned Harstem. And now I don't care. I'm kidding. Harstem's alright too. Thank you so much for the kind words, mate. I appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying the games and the tournaments and the StarCraft. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Just doing a background check, seeing if Harstem paid you to come and say this. You know, paid actor in the chat maybe? Appreciate the kind words. Paid chatter for sure. Yeah. Unbelievable, huh? Cybercore coming up. The Nexus is on the way. Factory in the command center still building as we just have the Bunker coming through. Going to drop that down onto the natural as well. So just get that put straight into place. As we do have the warp gate and the adept continue to build. Next is coming out. I see the sentry continuing through as well, so just get that straight on in. You open with this Marine first. I mean, you can see Bunny being very safe with the bunker on the low ground as well, but it means that you don't have the Reaper, so you don't have the scouting, but you do have that slightly faster factory. And so the first 2 Hellions are already on their way up with the reacted factory getting to work. And that will be your kind of new way of getting some map control here. Starport only halfway done. But yeah, the Hellions will be able to at least get on the map and make some things happen. Could also even fight this Adept a little bit too, so you definitely get that opportunity. There's a couple more Hellions up. And now actually just 2 Hellions into Widow Mine. So probably a 4 Widow Mine drop. That kind of things do line up nicely for that, right? Because you're going to have 4 mines by the time a medevac pops. So I was kind of wondering, I was like, what are we going to do here? But it was actually kind of an obvious answer. I'm asking for the question that is easily found. So, 2 Hellions will poke. There's a sentry with no energy in the wall. It has a battery, so this doesn't really matter. No Reaper, so you can't grenade the sentry out of position either. As that Hellion is in trouble. Yeah, I mean, the Adept is going to shade after it. Oh, I was going to say maybe, just maybe, there was a world where the Hellion was here, the Adept was here, and the shade came off, and we didn't quite get the shot because of the line of sight blocker, but yeah, it didn't happen. So Hellion goes down, just took a little bit too much damage off that Adept initially. And like I said, it's just a scouting unit, really. I mean, the Hellions would love to break in and get some damage done, but realistically, this wall's pretty solid. I mean, you can always make the mistake as creator, you can always give the Hellions the chance. I mean, he's not going to defend the wall as much now, because obviously he's already shown... Oh, that's not good either. Nice catch on the medevac. I was going to say, you're not going to defend the wall as much now because you know it's only 1 Hellion, so it's way less scary than if it was multiple. So, you know, now you don't have to have the wall on lockdown as much, so it might look like there's a chance. If the other Hellion was up, we might not leave this wall as open, and even then, there's still a sentry behind with a force field available. Yeah, nice catch on the medevac, so the Widow Mine drop goes nowhere. I mentioned it was going to be a 4 mine drop, but it's actually just a 2 mine drop. Otherwise, we just put that barracks onto the reactor and started producing Marines. So, all of the early game aggression, though, out of Bunny has been pretty much just shot down without any impact. 1 Hellion killed. I mean, it's kind of a dream from Creator. The Terran does absolutely nothing early. You never even had to pull a probe off the mineral line. Hellion does go down, which is fine as well still. A few Stalkers and the Adept will step into the natural and will go for some damage. The SCV's pulling in as well. Stalkers in a little bit of trouble right there. The other Marines continue to put some damage out, and Stalkers hurting badly will go down. So the Stalkers drop. Stimpack +1. Marines in a tank. Medevac as well. Continue to come up for the moment. Marines in a good place, going to push a hallucination back. A few more Stalkers as well, got to be careful here. Medevac dives into the main where we unload a couple of Widow Mines. This time the Widow Mines do go off and actually gets 3 workers. It's the end of the Medevac, the mines will die as well. It's fine, like, it's a little bit more than maybe 1, obviously 2 workers is the ideal scenario here from Creator, but it's whatever. Like, it's 1 extra worker, it's later in the game than the typical Widow Mine drop. You're absolutely fine with this. This is a-okay for you as now the SCV pull comes and Bunny gets ready to throw himself into the arms of Creator. Can Creator pull back this attack? Storm is not ready yet, and Bunny is going to say, I'm the YOLO Terran. He's going to go for it into the High Temple. He's going to get 1. Now Storm is going to finish in a second, and we will be able to drop it in. Now we take a lot of damage on those Marines that are then very far forward, having to split back with 2. 1 more Storm doesn't actually do too much. High Temple is out of energy, morphs the Archon. And the 3rd base is in trouble here, so Bunny is going to get the 3rd again, jumping on those High Temple. He believed in that ability, and I mean, I said he's going to throw himself into the arms of Creator. He really did, and Creator unfortunately just had to catch him. The Storm was not ready to throw back in response. As, yeah, the 3rd base will go down. Bunny continues to chase for the natural. Probes are pulling over here. Tanks sieging. The probes are going to get massacred. Oh, Stalkers on the right side are going to be in trouble as well. They took way too many tank shots. Those 2 tanks are putting in work right now. Creator's lost a lot of SCVs. Bunny still with the army supply lead, struggling to reinforce is the big thing. Creator's doing a great job with the Stalkers at least, but only 4 Stalkers now, should not be able to do too much more. Kind of like this from Bunny, kind of chasing back after the Stalkers over here. The problem is Creator's doing the right thing, showing up over here with some aggression. You can't really justify the lift into the medevac because the medevac's so low, and so now Bunny's going to end up fighting on siege. I liked what he was doing. The idea of catching those Stalkers and getting everything regathered together might have just given him the power to push through as needed, but it put him in a weird place. The medevac and the tank went down, and I think Creator's kind of happy to be able to breathe for a moment. Will instantly re-expand. Robo and Forge Tech on the way, as Bunny still has a 1 attack upgrade lead. Armor upgrade coming up as well might help him eventually. Stalker's just going to guard at the center in case Bunny steps up. They will try and get some grabs. It's still a 20 army supply difference here, and that's something that you got to figure out as Creator, who does have 3 High Templars. So Storms are going to be available once more. That's also a huge factor, right? Actually getting up to those Storms and being able to use those defensively for the next wave of attack. And so good for Bunny is he never really, started up to build more SCVs. In fact, he did, but he's going to pull them for another attack. So he's got SCVs coming once more, but this time it's going to be straight into the face of Storm. Now we're going to pre-split, see what the Storm wants to go down onto. Stims in, backs away. But dodging the Storms decently. We're taking some damage from them, but not overly much. Last Storm's good on the ramp, but it's actually going to deny the position for a long time. The SCVs have gone down. The Marines that remain are low HP. The Archon just about gets away. That's huge. But the tanks are alive, and they're pressing forward, and I love the spread on them as well. It's going to be difficult to just jump on these and remove them. Once again, the third base in trouble as we jump straight onto this. Bunny, only 29 SCVs left in the game. The Stalkers go around. No, we're unsieging the tanks. Bunny going to lose some of the splash that would have gone a long way to help him here. And now he needs to get those tanks back forward and sieged again. He needs to push the natural. These Stalkers are constantly diving around the sides and looking for the reinforcements, doing absolute wonders, causing Bunny so much trouble and causing a lot more chaos. And that's a beautiful Storm. Oh, the Storms here are good, and now the Zealots go on top of the tanks as well, as Bunny was not really preset to fight. Only 1 tank remains, and that's a lot of the strength from this Bunny army taken away. Stalker blinks away into the arms of another couple of Marines. Everyone's jumping into the arms of everyone's apparently in this commentary, as the Archon is very low, but again just doesn't quite go down. Bunny is inches from actually just flipping this game into a win, but I just don't think he's quite going to get there in the end. Creator is just about hanging on with everything he needs to make this happen. Marines in a siege tank still settling in the center of the map. The few Stalkers run on forward, and the tank will re-siege. The Stalkers blink away. Okay, he's going to keep himself safe. Army's still in the middle of the map. Marine tank, medevac joining together. Marines gathering up, the Stalkers join in. Again, the cannon and the battery and the Nexus continue to come through for the moment. For Marines stepping across. Going to be seeing the siege tank coming through as well. Again, Prism in the armor upgrade building as we speak. Nexus on the way through, the battery and the cannon building also. And we step down to this bottom left side. The Stalker's going to get chased away a little bit. Marine tank will continue to the left. A couple of the tanks will siege. Stalkers take some damage. Maybe. No. Not maybe. Not happening. The Templar's going to unload, and that's going to be a siege tank. Again, stormed on already. The rest of the Stalkers and the Immortal come through as well. A couple more tanks will siege. Relocate. Get forward another step or two. SCV showing up to repair. We still got a good amount of Marines. Army supplies are still similar. It's just the fact you have to attack into the Storm here as Bunny, and you don't really have a choice about it. Like, you kind of just have to go. You're on 2 bases. It's 12 minutes in the game. It's go time, realistically. So you're going to be forced into committing to the fight, and that's where I think Creator defensive advantage is going to help a lot. Being able to drop the Storms as the Terran runs in. That's actually nice splits away from the Storms initially. He actually ran through that one at the end. You see that? Those Marines. Oh my god, and they got so low they died to the next Storm. That's a real shame, because that's a bunch of Marines that probably shouldn't have died right there. But Creator is holding to the top. Creator is holding to the bottom. The tanks over here will try and put some work in. I mean, again, Bunny keeps kind of re-strengthening himself in one location. And the tanks are good, but they're just not enough. You can see the supply of Bunny is down in the 50s. Creator holding high, over 100. And with batteries nearby, Zealots charging forward. 1 or 2 more Storms dropping in. Creator will get the defense in the end. Like I say, Bunny, I think at multiple moments of this game was a little move or two away from flipping the script and just turning this into his storyline. But it wasn't enough in the end, and that's going to be GG's. And that is going to give us the, game number 3 going to Creator. So Creator gets up to 2-1 in this group. We will be seeing him in the last match of the day against Ryung, see if he can secure himself second place if he was to win again and go 3-1. Ryung obviously can still fight back. Ryung still has to play against Shameless as well. And Bunny obviously still has to play Shameless too, which is what we are going to set up for right now. Perfect. Let's get Bunny versus Shameless ready to go. Hop on over to the NA server. So we'll get ready to kick this off. Just run some ads then, guys, between series as usual. Bunny did not want to play the long game versus Creator. No, he was not messing around with any long games at all. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. Accept the invite in. And just give it a moment for ads. And also, I believe we're missing a caster still. So give it a minute or so. Try and kick this off. Here's our group so far here in the Summer Championship Group C. Shin 4-0, Creator 2-1, Bunny 1-2, Ryong 0-2, Shameless 0-2 is where we stand for the moment. Obviously, the matches that remain is Bunny versus Shameless, Ryong versus Shameless, and Ryong versus Creator. So, a lot of fighting between these three that are currently, there's no set leader in. Obviously, Bunny Shameless could determine a lot already. If Bunny beats Shameless, Shameless is officially out. Worth knowing that even if you're out, there's still obviously things to play for, because finishing 4th in the group is additional prize money to finishing 5th. So even if Bunny beats Shameless, and Shameless is like, well, I'm 0-3, I'm done for, it's still worth him trying to beat Ryung, because there is meaning to finishing one position further forward. So that is going to remain true no matter what. As you can hear, it's game time in a couple of moments. The countdown is on, the game is loading, the StarCraft 2 is resuming. Group C of the Summer Championship has 3 series remaining in it, 3 best of 3s. Thank you for joining us as we get into more Terran versus Protoss. Bunny and Shameless this time around. Shameless put on a great show against Creator. It was pretty fun PvP. To start the day off, did not have a good time against Shin, but realistically, no one in this group had a good time against Shin. So now we have Bunny versus Shameless. Best of 3 starting up right here in the top right corner of the map. It is going to be the red Terran player, Bunny. Bottom left, the blue Protoss is going to be Shameless. Alright, in we go. And probe from Shameless to the upper right side, gonna step through. SCV gonna get nibbled at for a couple of moments. And we obviously have just an early scout here from Shameless, just checking to see what's up, checking for no proxies. Wants to try and play an honest game of PvT here as we get this underway. We're on non-Korean in this group. 0-2 right now. Did take that one map off Creator in a day that has been a little bit, well, it was 2-0 heavy with the Shin games. All the non-Shin games have indeed actually gone to 3 games so far, so it's pretty neat. See the SCV patrolling, Marine on the high ground. The probe will pull back. Will Bunny pull the boys again? I'd say there's a pretty high probability. Bunny is that kind of guy anyway, never mind you know, you put Bunny in the meta where pulling the boys really is the meta. Oh yeah, Bunny is going to take those chances, you know. 100% Bunny is all about that life, you know. Bunny loves that scenario. He loves it, so yeah, I would say that we're definitely in a scenario here where Bunny is looking to be the aggressive Terran. Probe into the main mineral line. Couple of chrono boosts coming out. Nexus and the gateway being chronoed for now. Sentry in the warp gate just building up. Add a Twilight Council on in the back of this main base to get that underway. And we get this rolling. Duck Templar, thank you so much for the £1 donation. Apparently it doesn't pop up on screen. I thought I had... I guess I have it set to 1 or more. Or maybe it's 3. I don't even know for pop-ups anymore. I set them so long ago. Thank you so much for the donation, though. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for more SC2 turnies. Appreciate it. We'll make sure it happens. As a hallucination gets knocked down by the Cyclone, that's an easy kill. And that starport is going to be finishing up. Couple SCVs on the way. The barracks still building. The factory moves over to the tech lab. Blink is building. Hallucination tries to fly into the main base. Just gonna see the Cyclone locking on. Hallucination will go down. More gates build into the main over here from Shameless, so we get those extra gateways on the way out. Siege tanks, stim back, all building up as well, and we get that going. And a couple of gates continue through the barracks on the way in the main. No problemo at all. Mules onto the natural orbital command. We do see the gates coming up. The Stalker's on the way. Again, the blink is not far from being done, so get that completed. The medevac gets turned away, by the way, so that's not going to do much either. Good defense early from Shameless. A probe and a sentry went down, apparently. Okay, maybe not the greatest defense, just bad observing for me. It looks like a good defense when you don't watch the defense. You just presume it was great. My bad, guys. Some bad observing. So a Stalker got damaged. One sentry went down. This is actually not a bad drop at all from Bunny. Getting away alive is going to be a big win because those units can regather for the rest of the units. And we're already starting to push here. And here's the SCV pulse. This is exactly what we just saw against Creator. Exact same idea. You're very quick into Stim and you're very quick into the SCV pull too. Stalkers see these units pressing forward. Cyclone will get a kill as well. We are on our way to charge. This attack's too soon for charge to come up. And I actually hate that we're building Zealots already. Because A, charge is not done, and B, I actually think Zealots are not great in this scenario because the Stim Marines will shred them. You know, having Stim really makes the Zealots a little bit less powerful than if this was just no Stim. And this is like a Marine tank Banshee push. Then I think the charge lots are absolutely the answer most of the time. Stalkers have taken a beating too, by the way. They just get out of reach there. The Pylon going to be the initial target. The Shameless is in trouble here on Tokamak. Bunny straight into the natural expansion. Stalkers trying to come down the ramp to fight this, but will not be able to just yet. Probes are falling. And this natural expansion is being shredded. The few SCVs are going to pull back and away. Just going to keep the tanks alive, repair them up. There's a few Zealots actually looking to intercept reinforcements. Well, just having something to intercept reinforcements is a good sign, although we will lose this expansion. Looks like the medevac came and saved the day. Oh my goodness, the medevac saves a tank that was about to die. Here we go. The Zealots do charge through. The Marines are not in good position. They're not in the right place to actually protect the siege tanks, so the siege tanks will go down. If there's going to be a defense from this opening from Shameless, this would kind of be it, because like I said, Bunny did not protect his tanks. He absolutely could have had the Marines in a better place. The tanks last way longer, they get to fire on the Stalkers, but that's not a position that we saw, as we just see the couple of Zealots still being picked away at. Medevacs going down, and the Stalkers not going to be able to do much else. Those Marines do chase this away. Well, 13 SCVs died. Shameless is down to 46 supply, 10 army supply in the game. Marines are going to stim into the think of the Stalkers. The 3 Marines give themselves up for a Stalker here as Bunny looks to regather reinforcements. Combat Shield finishing Marines just gain 10 HP each. It's a nice little bonus. Nice push up. Stalker takes damage. More Marines gather. Sentries and the Zealot continue through. The Nexus will build. So we try and re-establish the natural expansion that was knocked down during this. Shameless on equal workers right now. It's just getting enough army supply up to deal with another wave, which is definitely coming, right? Like, Bunny is not invested into anything else here. No engineering base, no future. 5 barracks. He's going to go, go, go. Pull the boys again, I imagine. I think he just hotkeyed them. There they are. Yep, hotkeyed them. Decided how many you wanted to bring. And the push round 2 begins. I think Shameless took too much damage to hold a second wave of this. He's nowhere near splash damage. Storm can't even start yet. Temple Archives isn't done. The Zell counterattack is cute. But Bunny sees it, so he's just going to retreat into the main and keep his reinforcements back. I don't think he needs reinforcements. Like this is a terrifying army. The Archon is nice, but it's far from being what we need. We're just going to stim into this. Zealot's going to be in trouble. The Archon going to be exposed. Jumped on, killed. Yeah. I mean, Shameless knows his army can't fight this either. That's why he's counterattacking. That's why he's trying to play for time. That's why he just ran the hell away from this third base, because he knows this army is actually way too good right now, which does not bode well, because there's nothing on the way from Shameless that's truly going to save him. Like a second Archon morphs in. Obviously, we never really got to see the first one doing much of anything. We still have the SCVs here, so we're going to have to probably pull probes if we want a chance of defending this. SCVs doing what SCVs do best, which is tanking right now, even hold positioning, messing with the AI, so they don't even go down. Doing their job wonderfully as the Zealot count is gone. These Archons are scary. Like, that little bit of splash from the Archons is adding up, and it does get rid of a lot of the Marines. Obviously, we're going to have a lot of Marines reinforcing now, though, from across the map. They were obviously away dealing with those Zealots. Now that they arrive over here, Bunny is sieging the natural. 59 to 26 army supply. The Zealots are going to come charging through. The first siege tank in the front is just going to go down. That's the only win Shameless is going to get, and Bunny is going to take the game. Otherwise, GG. Bunny gets to the 1-0 lead as he does knock down the Protoss with the SCV double pull. When at first your SCV pull don't succeed, pull, pull, pull again, they say. Well, this time we only need to pull it a second time, but it was still good enough. As we ready ourselves up for a game number 2. Bunny looking to get to a nice position here in his final match of the group. 2-2. It's a good position to move on from. You can get eliminated at 2-2 in some tiebreaker scenarios, so it's not completely safe, but obviously it's the best he can do from now. Even better if he gets it done with a 2-0, because 2-0 gives him that little bit of map score advantage that could also go a long way. So I think that's what we're kind of looking at the moment, and realistically how we're seeing things kind of turn out for now. If that's how it goes, I think Bunny is in a very good place to advance, but you still can't count out Ryung. So, yeah, we'll see what's about to happen. I mean, if Bunny 2-0 is here, he would actually be... If Bunny 2-0 is here, he would be ahead of Creator if Creator lost to Ryung. So, Bunny would actually, I think, be absolutely through the group no matter what if he wins 2-0 right now. So, that's how powerful a position Bunny's getting into. And that's because Creator lost a map to Shameless. And Creator also lost a map to Bunny, so some of the wins of Creator have been dropping maps, whereas Bunny has taken a map in the series that he lost there, for example, etc., etc. So those are the things that make a difference a lot of the time. Right now, they are pointing towards Bunny if it comes down to a tiebreaker. Obviously, Creator could just beat Ryong at the end of the day and be 3-1, none of that matters, but just in case, could be important as... Oh. Well, you know what? Obviously, we saw it before against Creator. But the benefit that Bunny has had is obviously the games that he's playing have not been on stream or anything, right? Because, you know, these were played at the same time as other matches. So Shameless has no idea that this was Bunny's game plan here on Incorporeal. It is something funny you see in the tournament format like this, where it's like sometimes you get to see players do the same build on the same map because that's just the build they want to bring out onto the map. So... yeah, Bunny gonna get cheeky for a second time. Will the float into the main base work out here for round 2 as Bunny readies himself to step up into the main And we know what he wants to do. We know he wants to float into the main base because we saw this previously already. Just drops down. No probe check to the corner. Barracks 1, Barracks 2. We already saw this earlier. Tech Labs can start. Marauders will begin. If Shameless doesn't move to the corner of his base, he is in trouble. A lot of Protoss will set up vision in the corner of their base at the kind of rough timing just before like a Hellion drop or so. They just don't expect to need to look there right now, and that is going to be the problem. As Barracks both finish up and Marauders on the way. This is, I mean, the problem is you're building a battery on the low ground. He hasn't even scouted, by the way. So he actually hasn't even probe scouted. He probe scouted here, and that was it. So, uh-oh. Stalker just found it. A little late, though, buddy. And he didn't even realize it, so the Stalker was stood in range as the next Marauder spawned. That's a dead Stalker without concussive shells even done. The barracks are very well placed, by the way. He puts the hurt Marauder in the back, so the front Marauder can tank. I think he can step further back and let less probes attack at once. Yeah, he should not be taking that much damage in that corner. So, yeah, he does do that. He does fix that little position. And now you're just killing probes super quickly. Ooh, good force field. That's going to allow the probes to surround more easily. Well, that's definitely a helping hand as the sentry actually uses itself very effectively. But this is crisis management time. 10 probes, 11 probes already going down. We do see more and more workers dropping off right here as the Marauders are still looking strong. Battery up in the main base, though, so we will have that to help us out at the moment as the probes continue to drop. Stalker gets caught against. Marauders hitting the Stalker is going to get rid of the battery energy so quickly. We choose to energy recharge the sentry, which will pop a Guardian shield. Help protect the Stalker. Marauders are going to go after a few more probes. 16, 17 workers now killed in the game. Bunny has a factory at home. Another barracks at home as well. Still just cranking out Marauders, by the way, too, as he goes after these last couple of probes here. Battery is very close to being out of energy. Right now, these Marauders, though, it's kind of funny because they're pretty scary. He's going to get the sentry. He's going to lose one. He just needs more Marauders to really fight Stalkers. He's going to get another one now. Gets the hits off. Battery doesn't have much energy at all. It's very tempting to chase for that Stalker. I didn't love it, and the battery did come through to get a little bit of healing off. He's going to get one more Stalker kill now. Should get another, right? Ah, yes he does. Now he runs. The probes pull once again. Shameless in just desperation mode. Every single time he just about gets rid of the Marauders, another one shows up out of the barracks, and uh-oh, I think he just turned this Stalker around and hit this Marauder for the kill. He didn't, because he actually had the recharge available, so he does recharge the battery and get some healing. The problem is that you're down on 15 workers here, Shameless. You've lost a ton, and obviously Bunny is just building up at home. So Bunny is still harassing with this while also building at home, and that's always going to be the issue. Shameless is going to be in deep doo-doo when Bunny pushes with, I guess, Marine Cyclone? Cyclone probably very powerful to get into eventually here. 5 Marauder is very powerful too. The Zealot, though, doing good. The Probe Pull doing good. Those Stalkers do survive with the aid of the battery. And we're going to get pushed right into the corner. He wants the Stalkers, but he will not get them, and that is a way better hold. This Marauder pops out. Actually goes to get some shots off, gets another Stalker. I mean, every unit you kill right now is huge. Another Marauder going down. We try and chase the Stalker, but we're not in reach initially, so it will stay away, and it's back to the battery again for some healing. Again, this would be maybe fine if Shameless was still on 25 workers, mining off of 2 bases and just having, you know, tech coming up behind it, but he lost so much, and he's also had to pull probes so many times that that's also been moments in this game where he's just lost the income. And losing the income means he's not being able to continuously just build. Marauder gets shoved away again, has to pull further back once more. Probes are going to pull, Stalker's going to fire. Another Marauder pops out as we just go for everything we can. This Marauder pops out, I love it. He puts it out right over here. He's like, you know, let's go. Let's get in reach of these Stalkers. He's going to kill another one. Now he's going to go after probes instead. Jim is just going to say GG. Units arrived on the natural as well, so there is actually a reason why he's going to say GG right then of all times. But yeah, units just arrived on the natural, and obviously that's something he's not really set up to deal with in the slightest. Couple of Marines. Okay, well, it's not like the Marines are going to probably change much, but he just knows that he's in trouble, man. Like, if Marines are arriving and, you know, all of this is going on, GG. Bunny! knocks Shameless down. That does eliminate Shameless from the group, unfortunately, as he'll be 0-3 and will be unable to catch a bunny or creator at 2 wins. So that is going to be Shameless in trouble. Plain and simple, Shameless in trouble. We will have Shameless versus Ryong coming up next, guys, so we still have one more Shameless match. So we'll go into that Shameless versus Ryong matchup now. Obviously, that kind of... it is still meaningful for Shameless because Ryong is also 0-2. If Shameless beats Ryong, he could finish ahead of Ryong. And if he finishes ahead of Ryong, that is a prize money difference. So there is absolutely value still in this upcoming game. As we'll have game number 1 of a fresh best of 3 coming through. Again, we're in TVP territory right now. 2 best of 3s remain. Had some speedy series today. Goes to show, speedy series, we're still 4 hours into the stream. We've still had some good StarCraft to watch. As we'll take a few moments and get ready to go. Thank you for joining us again, guys. Appreciate you all as we get ready to kick us into action. We'll give it a minute for ads and then we can go. Hopefully that sounds good to you guys. Bum. Just give it another minute or so. Oh yeah, minute and 30 seconds on the ads, guys. We'll give it about 30 seconds more, then we can kick this one off. And again, a couple of series remaining. Let's do it. It's jumping game. Let's go. Action time. Ultra Love coming up. In the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to have our Blue Pros player to begin this series. It is Shameless. The top right, our red Terran player is going to be Ryung. Alright, well, Ryung is 0-2. His comeback would start now. Win against Shameless. He plays against Creator last. He could get to 2-2 and tie up with Bunny, tie up with Creator. It's definitely possible Ryung can still advance from this group, so... Let's see, again, it's definitely a case where every map counts as well. So obviously Shameless just wants to win because if he gets ahead of Ryong, he gets more prize money for finishing 4th potentially. For Ryong, a 2-0 really would be ideal because, like I say, if we're getting to, realistically right now, all Ryong could do is tiebreaker with Bunny and Creator. And then map score comes to be, comes to mean absolutely everything. So you got to think that Ryong was okay in this position, right? Because he took one map off of Bunny when he lost. Nobody took a map off Shin, so Ryung's already in a good place. 2-0, and here would put him in the best possible place. Let's just have Orbital Command and Command Center building from Ryung for the moment. That's going to be a factory in the main. Probe steps across through the bottom side of the map. It's going to take that 3rd base location for a second, or at least peek around on it. Having that Stalker and the Warp Gate all building in right now as the factory and the reactor continues to go. I'm following this probe, but there ain't much else to follow. No one is on the map. No scout versus no scout. Shameless and Ryung both cutting corners. Got Shameless into a little bit of trouble in that last game on Incorporeal. The Twilight Council will begin from Shameless. So it gets that started. Stalker and the Warp Gate coming online. And we just have the Hallucination beginning to move to the upper right-hand side of the map. So Hallucination making its way across. Again, Cyclone, a couple Marines coming about. Starport on the way through. A couple Marines are going to pop there, and the Hallucination takes damage immediately as it checks out the main base, and then back to the natural. Again, just a good little bit of movement here for the moment as we see what's going on. Marines will put some damage out. Hallucination does go down. It's a nice kill. Now the barracks goes down as well. So getting a second barrack started up. A few Stalkers and a Sentry. They'll move from the main to the natural. And you have the charge building. A couple of gateways coming out. All of that establishing at the moment. So yeah, Hallucination straight across to the upper side. Couple extra barracks building from Ryong. So he's going to be very bio heavy. He's going to have the... I mean, this is a build we're seeing more and more of. The 4 Marines and the Cyclone into this kind of extra barracks, faster stim, and then potentially an SCV pull again is, you know, typically what you kind of come to expect of this build. It's definitely what we've seen a lot of so far. Cyclone unloads, the Marines will unload. Gonna put that damage out onto the pylon at the moment, so get some damage dealt. Cyclone does get a lock onto the Stalker for a few moments, and then the Sentry pulls back a little bit too. We go back and forth. So you can see the Stalkers stepping forward, and the Medevac has to back it up. So we run away from there for a moment or two. Again, the Temple Archives very much so still just on the way. Add a couple of gateways behind that as well. And yeah, we are looking good in that regard for the moment. Cyclone the Marines to pull back up to the top side. And all of those Stalkers gather, a few Zealots, a couple High Templars, the Sentry building up here as well. There's the Hallucination. It's going to be a Phoenix moving out. We got 5 gates added on right now from Shameless. Temple Archive is done, but no Storm. We are just looking to warp in units, which if Ryung comes across the map with this attack, could be exactly what you need. Are we pulling the boys? So many Marines to show up. I love this timing window that we're seeing these Terrans hit. One Stalker going down already. Shameless has been good at trying to get some units around the side and kind of, you know, counter-attacking and shutting down the reinforcements as Ryung begins his step across the map. Marine tank to the bottom left. As we have with a couple of Zealots warping in, the Cyclone locking on, SCV's pulling through, a couple of Zealots will begin to go down. We'll have our Archons in trouble right away. Tank Siege! Shameless just kind of greets this at the front. I mean, he fights so soon, and I get he doesn't want to get pushed up the ramp and then have to come down there, but that does feel difficult. Because then you attack him before additional Zealot warp-ins come through. Ultra loves a beautiful map for sieging up the tanks, so those tanks are going to cover the ramp down to the natural, so that's tough. And it's going to be very difficult to get on top of those tanks from here. He will get rid of one. The other's still alive. The Archons are the issue right now. If we can get through both Archons, everything else is going to get melded. The tank is actually focused firing the Stalker in the background. The bunkers never came up, but honestly, I don't even know if they needed to. They took a little bit of attention from a Zealot or two. That's fine. I mean, clearly we don't need them right now as the feedback comes in. I like that feedback. Then morph the Archon is a very effective way of setting this up. As we will just see this army attacking through the natural expansion. Gateway going down, Pylon going down. Everything taking hits at the moment. On the other side of the map, the couple of Marines will go after and look to get rid of the Zealot. We'll get rid of that now. That falls. I mean, a few more Zealots charge forward here, but I truly think we're going to have ourselves GG. We're on 0 army supply as those units die. And Ryung takes a blaster of a best of 3 game 1. Super quick opening. How do you counter that? I mean, I actually don't. I think this build specifically is very good against the Protoss players who are going to charge Archons now. Like, I think it's specifically very good if you don't have Blink. Because with Blink, I think you can do a lot more to buy time more quickly. And then you can do a lot more to kind of intercept reinforcements and so on. And if they siege a position, you can still get out on the map still, maybe. So I think you just need to be effective with the Stalkers. And then take one big bust eventually. I think with charge, like I said, charge lots are so good at breaking through like Marine Tank with no stim. And with like Banshees or something like that sort of a push. It's just not as effective because with that many Marines, you can't get enough Zealots up to really justify like the charge because you never swarm with enough Zealots, right? Like the Zealots are never in good enough number where they just overwhelm and surround. So the whole point of going charge first is that it gives you that overwhelming potential. You know, against like 10 Marines, 2 tanks, you'd never have the DPS to get rid of charge lots. You know, a lot of the time. But against, you know, against someone with has like 20 Marines and Stim, it's a completely different story. Then you need like more than 2 times the Zealots, and that's just not realistic to get to in this sort of time frame. I mean, the Archons are a nice addition. I think the Archons do a lot against those Marines, but an Immortal would be much better against those siege tank positions as well. So if you go Blink, you get the Robo. You can get an Immortal out as well, and then the Immortal obviously helps a lot. And you also have the Prism potential to come up, and if you get a Prism and an Immortal, then you can start to break down the tanks if they do get set up on the corner, because you can get Immortals in range of the tanks super quickly. They can shoot across the ledge and kill the tanks. Obviously, in this scenario, you know, Shameless didn't have those units to utilize, so yeah, I would say that's a that's kind of the rough guesstimate as to how you do a little bit better against it. A lot of it comes down to how you're opening at the end of the day, right? That's going to be the challenge of any kind of build, is that you can say, well, how do I hold that? Well, it really depends on how you start. And looking to hold this build specifically right now might be good because all the Terrans seem to be using it. But if you start going into something that specifically holds that, it might open the doors again for all of the other kind of SCV pulls. And that's what's so tricksy about Terrans, is that you can't just hard counter the SCV pulls because it puts you in bad positions against a lot of the other aggression and a lot of the Terran macro games that they set up for. So another cheesy start. You cannot go and buy more beer like this. It might be a cheesy rest of the day. I'm not going to be honest because I'm not going to be honest. No, I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to lie to you because yeah, I don't know if Ryung is going to be too interested in playing macro against Creator after this either, to be honest. Proxy rack. Shameless does scout though, so he goes from no scout to a scout, so that is a good adjustment after losing the first game. I think it's important that you actually mix those things up a lot, because if you don't mix up the scouting versus no scouting, you become much more easily blind countered. And ideally you don't let that happen, right? So ideally you kind of steer away from that wherever possible. Both of those SCVs will gather up at the moment. Lots of shells, marauders, all building to have ourselves the few SCVs returning back. Nexus, Probe, Stalker, all coming up. The battery on the way. Two Marauders going to go after the Probe there. And now we're going to go chase down the Stalker and the Zealot a little bit. Going to try and fight because of shells. Is going to be finishing very soon. So Shameless is preparing to defend this on the low ground. The problem is you get to a Marauder count, and the certain Marauder count, this just becomes difficult to hold still, because then obviously you can just break in. Like, the Marauders can out DPS the batteries. This is exactly what we saw with Maru versus Hero. That's why one gateway into the Robo, I'm not sure if it's enough, because actually the Immortal shows up so late here that you get the Immortal up at a point where your opponent is already kind of on a Marauder count that they can just shoot through the Immortal. How scary really is that Immortal at that point in time? Well, honestly, not really very. SCV show up as well. Yeah, okay, well, with the SCV pull, I think this is a killer blow. There's going to be a lot of the gate units going down before the Immortal is out, so the Immortal's going to be fighting on its own. It's not exactly great. The battery's obviously all trying to heal up anything that's taking damage right now, but these Marauders don't even have to kite at the moment. Here's the Immortal from the high ground. Going to get 1, 2 Marauders before Ryung starts to reposition against it. But now you've got 0 battery energy. Energy recharge on cooldown already. It's only 4 Marauders left. The SCVs are going to help a lot in terms of positioning here. Good target fire hits the low down Marauder. So we have 3 Marauders remaining as the Immortal dies. There is a second Immortal on the way, but you're still just on 1 Immortal, 1 Gateway, and you will never have batteries to help you out either. And that is a problem. Stepping up SCVs, trying to tank, pushing the Immortal back. Barrier already gone on the Immortal. 5 Marauders will step through. Immortal not target firing the Marauders this time, and we will see the Immortal going down. And now obviously you're in reach of the pylon to knock down the Robo. So pretty much you've got to pull every single probe. Even if you get 1 more Immortal, at this rate you're not going to afford an Immortal after this. Probes pull in from the low ground as well as everyone tries to teamwork together to deal with this situation. It is going bad, bad and worse at this point in time as a couple of probes going down, damage being done, and it does feel as though we are going to have ourselves GG soon. I mean, we do repower the batteries. Immortal shows up. 20 workers dead, so you're down to 6 workers. Recovery at this point is so difficult because, again, like I mentioned, you've not been mining for extensive parts of this, right? Man, rough series for This is so funny. We literally just watched Bunny Shameless on repeat. SCV's just pulled from the main, by the way. We literally just watched Bunny Shameless the redo. Game 1, the 3-rack stim SCV pull. Game 2, the Marauders. Like, it's not exactly the same way, but man, Bunny and Ryung just kind of copy-paste each other's series. It's kind of an amusing, honestly. I like that. Ryung's just like, you know, Bunny had some class. He built a factory and a barracks behind it. Ryung's just like, no, I'm just gonna keep pulling the SCVs, bro. He knows how dead he is. He knows the SCV pull is a guaranteed win here. That's enough Marauders to do whatever they want. He can just go surround the Immortal and they can't get away. And that's gonna be GG Ryung to take it to a 2-0. Shameless, unfortunately, will finish last place of this group. I think I said yesterday that there's always going to be that possibility that this is just going to be Shameless gets 4-0 forward, but I really felt there'd be some cool games. His cool games were against Creator right at the start of the day. Since then, Shin, like I say, was on fire, but he was on fire against everyone. No shame there. And the Terrans just cheesed the shit out of him. Like, holy goodness. Like, the Ryong and Bunny were like, hey, let's make this guy's life miserable. Let's just make his life miserable as possible. It's really quite funny. It's not funny if you're Shameless or a Shameless fan. It's quite funny in some ways, for sure. Alright. One last series, guys. It's going to be Creator versus Ryung to round us out today. So one last best of 3, going to be our fastest group of the tournament, I believe, so far. I wouldn't be typing GG after all those cheeses. Yeah, me neither, mate. This is the kind of day where I'm like, I look at Twitch, I'm like, see, this is why we don't play the game a lot of the time. You know? This is why I just talk about it instead. It's always like this with the new guys. They have to pass the cheese check. Yeah, that's true. Just sad for Shameless, because I think he's been playing well lately. I think he does also struggle with NA a little bit. Yeah, he already mentioned to me, like, West is very difficult for him, so... That's one of those scenarios where just experience is going to end up going a long way in the end as well, right? So... GG's for Shameless. Hope to see him next time. Obviously, he had a good run in the European League. He made freaking top 4 in the European League initially. Top 6 overall. The top 4, he made it to like the winner bracket playoffs. It's not easily done, so dude's playing well lately. What do you guys think? How aggressive is this Ryung versus Creator series going to be? Probably super aggressive, right? Let's go check it out. Maganatha coming up as we get into our last series of the day. And thank you all for joining us as we get loaded in. This map's been played a lot today, Maganatha. Kind of surprised. I didn't think it was really a map that I was going to see. I don't know. I keep getting surprised when I see Maganatha. Maybe I should stop being so surprised because we obviously do see it a fair amount now. Bottom right hand corner, Creator here in the Summer Championship. How will he do as he takes on the red Terran? In the top left, we've got Ryung. Cracks the gas coming on up. No SCVs on the map. Probe across the map to begin. Heading into the upper left-hand side. Once that drops into place, the orbital still coming up. And just have the Cybercore, the Nexus, coming through for the moment, so we get a lot of that on the way. Just have the assembler and the pylon still building as well. On the probe. There's not much else going on, no Reaper to follow, which is obviously typically the case. Well, enough of this probe. We've got an Adept, but really not much going on. Twilight Council on the way. And Dairy Sage, it's a normal TVP for the moment. Obviously, plenty of time for it to get aggressive. Their starport is proxied, so... Starport proxied, but we don't have really anything that's like... Usually when you hide the starport, you go for like the Hellion drop or something. I guess this is going to be like a tech lab, Banshees, and just you don't want the hallucination to scout it. So you're making this look like a little bit of a heavier bio-based opening. I think you're just trying... Yeah, I just think it's obviously for fake out. Just thinking about what we're trying to fake it out to be. Just make it look like it's bio, and then your opponent's not really ready for everything else that comes after, I suppose. Definitely a little bit of a weird one. Weird situation right now as we have a blink coming up. There it is, there's the tech lab. Adept is checking the corners of the map. Oh my god, we're going to see it. So the tech lab starport is going to be scouted. So all this effort to hide what you're up to, and it's just going to be seen anyway. So Creator will have the tech available because he's going to scout in time to probably get the robo down and get an observer out, I would say. So looking good there. Yeah, good job for Creator. He realized something was up. How? Probably because he's like, where the hell is the starport? You know, it's unusual. The timing was not right on the racks. Like, he's seeing what's there, and he's like, there should be like 100 more gas available to you, know? So what are you doing with that gas, and why is it not here in the main base? So he kind of figures it out, goes scout, and is going to be able to figure out that, yes, you are indeed being an aggressive Terran player. And now he's going to start sending units up over here to fight this. I mean, the first Banshee going to pop in a moment. 2 Stalkers and a Sentry. Banshee's going to run away. It's great if we can kill the Tech Lab, then we don't have to worry about Cloak Banshees at all. And I think we're going to get it, to be honest. The Banshee probably doesn't want to show its face, so we will get 2 Banshees, but we will not have Cloak. As the cloaking gets cancelled there. And we'll actually not have 2 Banshees because that starport is going to be forced to lift as well. So Ryung just completely gives up on it, lets the 1 Banshee go across. There is obviously no battery in the mineral line, so there's still hope for this 1 single Banshee to get some work done. There's a battery in the main base. He needs to go to the natural if he wants to find damage, but he flies into the main first. He's going to see that there's no opportunity here. So Ryung's plan is already coming apart at the seams. This is not what he was hoping for in those early moments. Stimpack, Siege Tank. 2 more Marines coming up. The Engineering Bay will build as well. Stalkers begin to make their move up to the top. All of the bio upgrades now start up here, but an awkward few moments where you've got to figure out where you want to put your tank defensively. You've not kept this Protoss player back like you want to. You've had no harassment onto the Protoss all game. So Creator is very free to step across the map with these Stalkers, just get into a position and start working with them. That is exactly what he does for the moment. The Observer gets Siege up as well to the sides. Third Nexus will finish very soon here as well. It's just going to get that finished up. That into place. Well, batteries coming down for the moment. The Stalker's still stepping out there. Storm is going to finish. So Creator has that tool in his arsenal. Honestly, feels amazing for Creator. Early game was great. He completely shut down the attempted aggression. Banshee's going to die now because he doesn't have Cloak. This really couldn't get better for Creator. It's hard to navigate a scenario which kind of opens up in a better place. Now on his way to charge, the Prism will help as well. Like I say, his position only improves from this point on. There's a few Stalkers still setting up in the center for the moment. And the bio make a little bit of a shove across to the other side of the map. Bit of a wild blink in, to be honest, and he obviously misblinked a little bit too. Marauders there will absolutely turn this around, and he can't really blink down and out. I think you're just going to give these Stalkers up. I don't even think it's worth the recall. It's not worth the energy you'd spend on it, so... Lose the Observer too. Creator actually losing a few units. He's making his opponent run around a little bit at least, so just getting the absolute most out of what is a completely sacrificed 4 Stalker attack. Okay, nice moment for Ryung, especially if he's going to end up just attacking, which, let's face it, you know, there's no third base here. I think we're going. Single Engineering Bay. I'm just going to start the armor upgrade. We're not pulling the SCVs, but we're definitely going. There's a few more rows on the right side. Going to catch some Stalkers as well. Oh, Creator in some trouble, man. He had such a great opening here, but everything is starting to go wrong as he gets caught from every angle. Stalkers are bleeding out, and losing Stalkers in these kind of numbers is significant, because that's a lot of your defense. Don't get me wrong, he had a great setup before now. He's even on his way to a Colossus when he already has Storm. So he has, again, a dream situation otherwise. Bleeding out the Stalkers. I mean, I guess it'd be worse to be bleeding out these Stalkers in a scenario where, you know, you're reliant heavily on the Stalkers for defense and to break through this, but it's not that early of an attack. So, like, no, it's not fun to lose them, but it does maybe make this a little bit more still okay from Creator's point of view. First Storm comes down, nicely placed. I mean, Ryung had to be expecting this. It's taken him an eternity to do anything on the Protoss side of the map. Storm, Storm, Storm. And Storms will just hit this Terran army non-stop at the moment as the High Templar get ready to potentially unload again. 2 more bio units showing up. Mortal taking a bit of damage. Guardian Shield activating. Going to reduce the damage intake from the Protoss. I mean, Creator's just being very sensible with his defense. He doesn't have to push into anything. Let the medevac energy drain. Wait until you're completely happy to fight, and then you got a Colossus as well, and the Storms have been fantastic. I mean, it's hard not to have great Storms when you've just got so many against what Ryung is attacking with, to be fair. But yeah, I mean, let's be realistic. They did exactly what they needed to do, which I think then is, you know, fair to call them fantastic Storms. So GG's, and Creator takes the opening game off of Ryung. I'm struggling to get out the game. Pressing all the wrong buttons. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, game 2 in a couple of moments. It's ready to roll. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, a couple of moments. Just give it a second to settle down. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, get that started up. Let's get into this. Thank you for your patience again, guys. Appreciate it. We head on into this next game. Maybe Pylon, as Ryung is down a map. Didn't really actually stop to kind of mention what needs to happen here. So apologies on that one. I'm pretty sure basically TLDR if Ryung, Bunny is through no matter what because he's always ahead of one of them. So I think Bunny always advances, and it's just a case of if Ryung, whoever wins between Ryung and Creator will have the better map score and will advance. I'm pretty sure is the situation that this plays out, and unless Wikipedia's already updated game 1. So I'm pretty sure it's just the winner is in the round of 16, and the loser is actually just eliminated. So yeah, it's because it would come down to tiebreakers, and I think Ryung, no matter what, gets the better tiebreaker than Creator. Is 0 to -1, 2, 1. At the very least, you would have the head-to-head over Creator if they were equal on maps as well. So yeah, if Ryung wins the series, he can still advance to the round of 16. This is absolutely an important match at the end of this group. It is not all decided just yet. Creator bottom right, Ryung top left. Just want to take a moment to mention again, the new replay pack went out today. So if you are a YouTube member, a Twitch subscriber, or a Patreon user of $5 or more, you have access to that replay pack. It's available on Patreon if you're on the Patreon, or it's available on the Discord server on the subscriber channel, discord.gg/WardiTV. If you link a Twitch/YouTube account and you don't get access to the sub channel, just send me a ping in there and I will fix it for you. And you can access that 400 plus replay pack. Again, if you want to access it and you don't already have the sub, you can subscribe. You can become a member. You can do all the things and become a supporter today and still access that as well. You actually get access to all the previous replay packs too. So check that out if you want to get your hands on some replays. Give it a little look as our command center goes down onto the natural. Orbital building. Cybercore and the Nexus coming in. Ryung wins 2-1. They're tied in games and score. But he wouldn't be tied with Bunny. Bunny is gonna go through no matter what because Bunny will always have more map score than the other guy. Like Bunny will also always have more map score than the loser. That's 100% determined, I believe. Or maybe not. Ryung wins now, he'd be 0. Yeah, but if Ryung wins then yeah, so if Ryung wins now, he would be ahead of Creator on map score is what it comes down to. Like Bunny doesn't matter at all. Bunny will be ahead of, but yeah. Whoever wins is ahead of Bunny and whoever loses behind Bunny. So that doesn't matter at all. Yeah. Plain and simple, whoever wins this series advances alongside Bunny. Bunny is through 100%. That's guaranteed on Ligulac already now. Not on Ligulac, on Wikipedia now. So yeah. Bunny is through. It is just a question of who will join him, Ryung or Creator. Of course, Creator has the edge here, up 1-0. Final match of the day coming down the distance. This group actually mattering right down to the wire. Link on the way, a couple of gates building up. Maybe having ourselves the racks and the Widow Mine building as well. We have our rope facility dropping down from Creator. So pretty standard opening here, wondering what Ryung is going to plan. Gonna get the medevac, he's gonna have a cyclone out, and he's gonna get the mine over, but are we gonna drop the mine? Probably not. Could be a single mine drop. So I mean, I guess we can, but like, it's a surprising way of approaching it, right, is what it comes down to. Medevac makes a move to the bottom right side. It's looking to get around there. A couple of adepts showing up. Stalker's going to get in position. Medevac has to turn around over to the bottom. Just for the moment. Blink coming through. Robo facility finishing. We do have our Chrono Boost coming down on the Robo as well, so we bring that straight into play. Medevac looks to get across into the natural for the moment. The Prism getting settled. And again, just the Medevac coming around the bottom as well. So far, so good. Again, Banshee Tank Marines will be coming through for now. So this is a bit more of that traditional kind of like, I'm just going to go all-out unit aggression, right? Second barracks for just pure Marine count. No stim or anything, though. And does look like Ryung is going to be shoving early here on Pylon to try and get to the other side and get some damage done. Temple Archives from Creator with Blink done. No charge starting is concerning. This is a scenario where I think charge oftentimes does become a little bit more important in these games. Prism out to the left side, ready to head into the main. Well, this is bad because he completely misses the move. I've got no idea what Creator's read is coming into this, but like I mean, if he's got to assume the army is coming towards him, right? In which case, he needs to get something at home. I am terrified because that pylon power in the Robo is exposed. Tanks are going to siege up toward it, and that's not going to last very long. The battery energy is already being used on the Stalkers. Just target the pylon is all we have to do here, realistically. He's going to realize that pylon's going down. Chrono Boost on the Immortal. Tanks get back on. Honestly, the tanks spread their damage onto anything that wasn't the pylon, and that does let the Immortal get out. Obviously would have denied the gateways just sooner as well if he hit the pylon as well. I mean, maybe you don't know if there's a pylon in the back, so it's not too big of an issue. So you're going to see the Stalkers blinking in, but the Widow Mine does massive damage, and oh my goodness, the Widow Mine combined with the tank fire is going to shred for a ton of work there. GG. And we are going to have ourselves Game 3 with it all on the line, coming down to ley lines. How about that? It's all in the ley line. It's all in the ley lines for game number 3 of this series, and to see who's going to advance does not get much more exciting than that. Apart from, you know, maybe actually some epic macro games. Macro games have just not been a thing in this Group C. It's been Group C for not even cheese, just straight up kind of aggression and all the rest of it. So yeah, guys, right now, as of this map win for Ryung, Creator will be 2-1 plus 0. So again, if he wins no matter what, he's through, and then Bunny in 3rd place. And then Ryung right now is 1-2 minus 1. So if Ryung wins the series, he's 2-2 0 map score, whereas Creator would be 2-2 minus 1 map score. And then actually, so then it would be Bunny 2nd, Ryung 3rd, Bunny and Ryung trading out there on the head-to-head, and Creator in 4th place. That would be a devastating way to go. 2-2, this group started so well for him. He's been looking good all day. Can Creator make it happen, or will Ryung upset into the round of 16? Is it an upset? Maybe a little upset. Just because Creator, I feel like Creator's been playing well, but... Alright, let's see. Let's find out as we load on into ley lines. I feel like I know what's going to happen. I feel like we're going to see... Wait for it. Wait for this prediction. I feel like we're going to see an SCV pull. See how smart Wardy is. In the top right hand side, we have ourselves the Blue Protoss player Creator as we get into the final game of the day. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone, for WardiTV Summer Championship. Like and subscribe to YouTube, follow the Twitch channel, keep watching StarCraft 2. We will have more games for you on Sunday from the Summer Championship. I'm off on Saturday. Tomorrow's a bit of a weird day because I have to do something at 11:30. And the Liu Li Cup starts at... No, is it 11:30 or 12:30? I think I have to do something at 12:30. So I have to start doing something just after the Liu Li Cup starts. I'll be done after an hour, drive home, 15 minutes. I'm going to be like 2 hours late to the Liu Li Cup. So we might get online to cast the Liu Cup semi-finals and finals, if I had to make a guess. So I think that's going to be what probably ends up happening tomorrow. So probably a short stream tomorrow. I'm off on Saturday. Sunday will be Group D of the Summer Championship, so a little heads up to all of that as we get into Game 3 of the series. It is a proxy gateway, so Creator is going to go aggression mode himself. He's going to try and get in there before Ryung can even start it. Maybe we don't even get a chance to see the SCV pull. Ryong is going to go across the map with an SCV. Brings another one to the low ground. No Reaper, by the way. He's been going no Reaper all series long, so that is going to take away a little bit of his defensive potential and scouting potential. SCV nibbles at the probe. Damage being done. Commands him to build on the natural. Gateway about to finish. Cybercore coming up. The SCV will get into the upper right-hand side into the main base as the Zealot pops out to see the Cybercore about to finish as well. As the Stalker advancing through right now, Ryung is just like, no Nexus early, that's not great. Is going to go high ground, is going to get the factory, is going to get the CC on the high ground now instead. So a little bit of a readjustment, canceling that base and just relocating it. It's the right call because this keeps you safe from the 2 gates, so it really does nullify a lot of the pressure from Creator. But it's not like Creator's gone, empty-handed. Like, it doesn't feel like you get a lot, but you do force a cancel, you do slow down the CC still, so you're forcing the Terran to play much more defensively because of that proxy. The SCV stepping into the main, Adept is going to go chasing. We'll jump in and kill off the worker for the moment. Take that out. Starboard Cyclone building through as well. So just get a lot all in the way. Factory popping out the Cyclone. We just have Dark Shrine. Building from Creator. Gateway coming up on that bottom right side as well. So he's going to get another gate on the map. DT Shrine to go with it. With everything on the line, the chance to advance into the round of 16 on the line, he is going to get the DTs on the go. That's a little bit of a crazy maneuver, no doubt, as we have the Cyclone gathering barracks, waiting. Ryung obviously just wants to move this CT to the low ground soon. He's getting the medevac, which is very typical as well, but not ready just yet. I'm afraid for these DTs, man. I tell you what, if these DTs don't do much, Creator's in trouble. Because he's not even started Blink or anything yet. So this Twilight Council is completely barren of an upgrade. So he's in a terrible spot if there's, if the DTs don't do well. But let's see. I feel like Ryung is obviously not thinking about it at all. He's going to go out. Oh, does he fly? Oh, what? Ryung. He changed direction. Oh my god, he literally clicked on the scout he needed. And then he changes direction. He will not see the DTs coming. They are going to cause chaos. Energy banked 40, 36. He's very close to 2 scans. The medevac shows up, sees the late base. He actually lifts up and just backs away. Scan available in a moment. DT's about to reveal itself. Didn't drop the mule. Okay, so he's going to have scans. But obviously it's crisis management time right now. Scans in the main base, but oh, that's a horrible scan. There's no unit there to clean up the DT, and we don't scan the natural. Oh no, so we waste the first scan. Now the DT's... Well, this is silly. We had the units on the natural to kill the DT. We didn't scan. We had no units in the main base to kill the DT. We did scan. We still have a scan, but we're not using it. We're just running around with these SCVs at the moment, not minding at all. Ryung is taking horrible amounts of damage. I mean, this is crazy good for Creator. 10 SCVs dead. DTs are just sat there chilling. I mean, we know we don't have enough scans. There's no engineering bay. This game is going to end from DTs alone. Jesus. Honestly, this is kind of a summary of today in general, honestly. Like, just silly games that end in silly ways. Very aggressive games. But yeah, this is horrible, horrible, horrible stuff right now for Ryung, who is just in trouble through and through. Raven and a few Marines continuing up. We do have the Shadow Stride +1 attack and charge building. Yeah, not really much else to add to this, guys. This one really is wrapping up to a little bit of a miserable ending for Ryung, who can maybe move out onto the map. I mean, at this stage, Creator is finished charge. He's going to be able to morph Archons with the extra DTs. And he's probably just like, I mean, Ryung's on 18 SCVs. Doesn't even have SCVs to pull for an SCV pull, you know. Ray doesn't need to fight out here. Absolutely does not need to fight out here. Auto turret goes down. I mean, I guess I don't hate you baiting the auto turret and so on, and baiting the Terrans to just force stims and so on. We are just going to be seeing the units jumping on this. Still got a couple of DTs in. There is a Raven now, but yeah, chasing this army down is probably one of the better trades for get as the Terran player in terms of just kiting back against it, but it's just never going to be enough. GG Creator. Well played, Bait. Took a risk, and it absolutely paid off. And it was the risk he needed to get him into the round of 16 as this group. Honestly, I mean, I kind of thought it would end like this in a way, but like not really quite like this. I actually really thought that Ryung and Bunny would have a couple more longer games with Creator. Like, I thought there'd be some like SCV pulls and stuff in, but I wasn't expecting to be... I thought there'd be just some longer games in general, to be honest, and that obviously just never came to be, so... kind of a little bit crazy when you look at all of that. Alright. Guys, thank you so much for watching today. Let's have a little peek at where the group is at after all is said and done, as we wrap up Group C of the competition. And like I say, we are setting up for a pretty banging round of 16. Shin really just fired through this group today. He was fired up. He did not need to see the 10-minute marker. He just won. There was no stopping our Zerg. Creator in second place. Man, it was close. 3-1 second place, but he was a map away from being 2-2 and in fourth place. So Ryong does end up 1-3 and out of the group with Bunny advancing 2-2. So that is how Group C wraps up. Group D, Christiana, Solar, Spirit, Goblin, and a mysterious final player. Not that mysterious, I just haven't invited anyone still. Is going to be coming up on Sunday as mentioned. We obviously have Hero, Nightmare, Kua, Rogue, Bjorn, and Percival already in the round of 16, as well as Classic, Zaun, Maxpax, and Clem invited from the Spring Championship round of 4. So yeah, that's what's going on, guys. So, Sunday for more Summer Championship action. Like I say, I'm going to be taking the day off on Saturday. So I'm going to be off on Saturday, and then on Friday, the Leo League Cup, like I say, I'm probably going to be about 2 hours late. So I'm not going to be here from the very start of that. I will do what I can. If I get back and it's like already like semi-final one's done, I might just not go live. But if I get back and like the semis are just about to start, like that's what I'm hoping is going to happen roughly. If that's the case, we will stream. But if the games are like literally going to be like it's a semi-final and a final, I'd rather just save the replays. Maybe then we actually cast on Saturday a little bit. Maybe then I take Friday off and we cast some replays on Saturday or something instead. So yeah, a couple of possibilities in terms of how we approach that and what we do. So yeah, just yeah, a little bit of info in that regard. Awesome. Alrighty, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. It has been an absolute pleasure to be here with you all today. Gonna run a round of ads, and then we're gonna host somebody up. So thank you for watching. I don't really have anything else to add. I'll let you guys have a good rest of your day. And we are probably going to host Hero Marine. It's good to me. Awesome. He's just started as well. I'll send you guys to Hero Marine when the ads are done, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much, and I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. If not, if you don't see me at all tomorrow, you'll see me Saturday. If you don't see me, if you see me tomorrow, I won't be here Saturday. You guys get the drill. Bye.